Thank you so much for joining us here today at our third annual Chicago Pediatric Device Innovation Symposium. It's been our honor to be able to host this final event of our Lurie MedTech Week, which has really been about building more collaboration and opportunity and visibility with all of our collaborators in the Chicago ecosystem. My name is Juan Espinoza. I'm the PI and Executive Director of CTIP. I'm also the Chief Research Informatics Officer here at Lurie Children, so I help support data, software, and hardware strategy for all of our researchers here at the organization. It's been an incredible journey to be part of this team, of this group, of this community, and we're so grateful to have you all here for us today. What I'd like to do is I'm going to invite Dr. Pat Seed, our Chief Research Officer for the Stanley Manny Children's Research Institute, to deliver our opening remarks. So, Pat?
Thanks, Juan. Well, it is terrific to welcome all of you here to the Lurie Children's Hospital, Stanley Manny Children's Research Institute, and this really terrific occasion to bring together so many people with the common mission of med tech and device development for children. Carl Sandburg, the poet, gave really the endearing title for Chicago as the city of big shoulders. And it really is about this place of hard work, taking on the problems that many cities will leave behind. And I think it's the perfect place to bring together a group of individuals who are taking on really the remarkable challenges that we have to develop new technology and devices for children. We also happen to be just up the road from a not so well-known community organizer who started a fire with the simple words of, "Yes, we can." And I want to follow on those two themes because I think that you all represent the ecosystem of the big shoulders taking on the audacious problems that we have for really our future, which is children. And then similarly, taking that can-do attitude, the yes, we can, to come up with solutions and alternatives for what traditionally has been areas that have left children behind. And this tradition is really well known to us here. Our founder, Julia Foster Porter, who founded Children's Memorial Hospital in 1882 as a small 8-bed cottage just 3 miles north of here up in Lincoln Park. She really saw that children needed their own space. This was revolutionary to take care of children and bring them back to health. And she also, in a very revolutionary way, did it making children's health care accessible to children regardless of the ability to pay, race, or creed, which was incredibly revolutionary at the time. And I see in this current era that that's really a charge for all of you, which is how do you make technology and devices available to children in an equitable way that all children can access that technology. It's also a city of bold ideas. Julius Hess, Dr. Julius Hess, who is considered the founder of modern neonatology, he and his nurse innovative partner, Evelyn Lundeen, they invented the first neonatal incubator. And what they recognized was that even small babies, premature babies, are not full-term babies. And they're certainly not children who are not small adults. And it's that recognition of precision, the need to match the uniqueness of children at different developmental stages with different health conditions, with solutions specifically for them, not that are retrofitted from adults, but are made for them, and to find the novel solutions to invest in that and make a marketplace for that kind of technology. So I'm going to thank all of you for being here, the clinicians, the researchers, the investors, the regulators, the inventors, for coming together to this unique place. Thanks to CTIP for the remarkable opportunity to convene all of you here in Chicago. And I'm really looking forward to the rest of the day. I think next we're going to get an overview. I think that Bianca is going to come on up and introduce the rest of the afternoon for us.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us. It's our third year hosting the CTIP Symposium in Chicago. We're thrilled that you all could be here. Today, we're really focused on the current and future state of pediatric device development. We've spent extensive time talking about the challenges of pediatric device development. I think many of us are familiar with those challenges. We talk about them for good reason. Most of the time, children are left with devices that were not specifically designed for them. And so today, we're really convening to focus in on this issue and think not around why do not more pediatric devices exist, but instead, how can we all participate in the shared infrastructure that we've built around supporting these devices? But to level set us all, of course, we know that pediatric innovation is structurally different. There are scientific and engineering challenges that accompany device development, particularly as the child grows, and there's unique considerations accompanying that growth anatomically, physiologically. And so this overall results in the overall lag of pediatric device development by about 10 years compared to adult counterparts. Second to that, we have the ethical challenges accompanying the fact that most pediatric devices are used off-label, which presents a unique exposure for children in the safety risk benefit profile. Moving from there onto regulatory challenges, only less than 25% of pediatric devices are actually designed and authorized specifically for children, and there's no requirement to label and include pediatric indications in your labeling. And lastly, on our financial challenges, perhaps the most invasive in that the U.S. healthcare system spends $4.5 trillion a year, children representing 25% of the U.S. population, yet only less than 10% U.S. healthcare dollars spent in pediatrics. We can't ignore, of course, the capital requirements and the economics here. In general, it's estimated that it takes upwards of $30 million to see a Class 2 device through market, as well as upwards of $100 million for Class 3 devices, essentially creating this valley of death funnel where we all know that device development is expensive and time-consuming. There's innovators who are prolific at procuring initial federal funding, and then there's this drop-off where it's not quite the attractive venture opportunity, and so this is really the critical space to intervene. But despite this current landscape, there's still a lot of excitement about the future. We're moving from more isolated projects to connected infrastructure, a lot of what we're hoping to convene around today. But on the evidence side, we're seeing registries, real-world evidence, really opportunities to make smaller pools of data more efficient for generating evidence for device development. On the regulatory side, we're seeing overall earlier engagement with the FDA from innovators, as well as, of course, programs like the PDC program, CTIP being one of those PDCs that directly supports innovators. On the financial side, we're seeing more blended capital models and an increased investment despite an overall constrained environment. And lastly, on adoption, despite the conflict of often slow procurement processes, children's hospitals are unique in that they are already engaging in collaborative networks to enhance the efficiency of supporting device development. So we're continuing to see more and more work in consortia-based models to support this. So the PDC program really is a really great representation of how infrastructure can be put in place to support device development. The PDC program has been around for 15 years, awarded 4 grant cycles, 20 awards across 10 institutions, and this overall has developed the cohesive network of both personnel and programmatic initiatives to support device innovators. CTIP is one of which of those 5 PDCs, initially concepted in 2011 in Southern California, started as a Southern California regional hub, and has since expanded nationally with our most recent funds, now centered at Lurie Children's Hospital of Chicago and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, but spanning 25 partner institutions across 8 states. So this is just a testament to the collaborative work. It's a mix of hospital partners, academic centers, and other medtech incubators really dedicated to supporting pediatrics. The goal of our work specifically is as simple as it is complex to support more pediatric devices in their market entry. We support device innovators from concept through commercialization, and our goal is to really provide wraparound services to do that, both with our in-house resources and expertise, as well as our curated networks of advisory boards and other service providers. So, of course, we have our lovely team that I want to say thank you to for your commitment to this work, for allowing this event to be possible. It is none of our day jobs to be here, planning an event, but it's a really important part of the work that we do. It allows us to convene and allow for more dialogue around such an important mission. To give a quick snapshot of our infrastructure, over the dates provided, we've managed about $15 million of funding from the FDA, investing around $4 million in pediatric device innovators over the dates provided. Our team has published a lot of research in this space, both high-level frameworks, works on pediatric device development, regulatory, real-world evidence generation, and launched the first of its kind pediatric medical device clinical trials unit, which is a one-stop shop essentially to operationalize device trials and support both PIs and innovators in allowing for success of those trials. So as of March of 2026, the MDCTU has initiated 44 projects supporting pediatric device trials, which is just fantastic. So for innovators in the room, we have an active way to engage with us. For the first time, all 5 PDCs are coming together in conjunction with this year's AdvaMed MedTech Conference. The Sunday of the conference, we'll be hosting a pitch competition, awarding up to $300,000 in direct device funding. So applications for this are open until the 21st. So welcome you to apply to participate in this event. And lastly, this event would be certainly not useful without everyone in the room. So encourage you to really commit to supporting this infrastructure, helping it grow, helping expand the capacity. Whether you have a specific expertise and have interest in joining one of our advisory boards, our clinical advisory board, investor advisory board, stakeholder committee, whether you're an innovator applying to receive support, or otherwise would be interested in exploring collaboration potential or participating in device research, we would be thrilled to expand our work and commitment to this field. We have a packed agenda. For those of you who have not seen on your badges, you can access the agenda at any point in time. And we would not be here without our incredible sponsors. Thank you for making this event possible, for allowing us to convene in this space, in the local ecosystem, for our global international audience in our virtual room as well. So Molex, BD, A Priori, FLP, AWS, Google Cloud, 3Aware, Cedarware, Eva Garland Consulting, Ontogen MedTech, Superior Medical Experts, and Peds Market. Thank you for making this possible. Many of which have booths outside. Encourage you to find them. Many of them are speakers as well. So we have a really incredible group of individuals who are participating in today's event. And of course, our events sponsors and partners, Lurie Children's, the Stanley Manny Research Institute, many of our local other groups here. Thank you for participating and being such a committed force. And our CTIP portfolio members here today, so many of which have booths or attendees. Find them, connect with them, support them. And with that, we are so excited to welcome our keynote speaker today, Dr. Suzanne Schwartz, who's the Director of Office of Strategic Partnerships and Technology Innovation at the FDA CDRH. We're thrilled to have her join us. And with that, I'll welcome up Dr. Schwartz.
Good afternoon. I am delighted to be speaking here at the 2026 annual CTIP Symposium, a culmination of Lurie Children's MedTech Week in Chicago. In order for us to share our efforts at FDA to advance medical device innovation for children. My utmost appreciation to the Lurie Children's Hospital for convening this important event, and a special call out to Juan, Espinoza, Solomon, and Bianca Riello as host organizers. My name again is Suzanne Schwartz. I am the Director of the Office of Strategic Partnerships and Technology Innovation within CDRH. Our portfolio spans many different programmatic efforts. Today, it is my great pleasure to highlight our focus on advancing medical device innovation in the pediatric field. And to do so, we work in close collaboration with colleagues across the center. who staff different offices and different functions. And this runs the gamut from pre-market review, clinical evidence analysis, development of regulatory science tools, the TPLC advisory program, otherwise known as TAP, and I know you'll be hearing a little bit about that from Kim later today. And within the agency, we partner with the Office of Orphan Product Development in support of the outstanding work done by the nation's Pediatric Device Consortia, or PDCs. Our mission is to ensure high quality, safe, and effective pediatric medical devices are accessible to all children, from the very youngest neonates and up to 22 years of age. So from a bird's eye view, let me tell you a little bit about how we are striving to embody a holistic approach, recognizing this as a work in progress. We are reflecting internally on how we within CDRH can do better, how we can foster a more engaged and more aware organizational structure on the unmet needs of the pediatric community as it pertains to medical technologies, for diagnostics, for acute interventions, for sustained care. CDRH's Experiential Learning Program, or ELP, which has a proven track record in driving education, awareness, and offering our staff the opportunity to become better acquainted with emerging and innovative technologies, is one effective tool we are leveraging. Also, internally, enhancing efficiency as well as consistency in review of medical devices intended for children is another critical facet that we acknowledge warrants attention within the center. And while organizational culture and staff reviewer education, some shift in mindset in part have influence here in effecting change, we envision that the Breakthrough Devices Program and CDRH's TAP have the potential for immeasurable impact. Now, looking more outwardly, across the ecosystem writ large, crafting a shared vision of what success looks like towards the goal of advancing pediatric medical device innovation and accessibility has been a journey we've been on for several years, with many of you, in fact, as collaborators and partners in championing this endeavor. Starting several years ago with the conceptualization of SHIP-MD, an effort led by Dr. Vasum Paris, our former Chief Pediatric Medical Officer at CDRH, this eventually led to the development of a national strategic framework grounded in the total product lifecycle roadmap. We also have been so very blessed to engage with colleagues who are championing the PDCs. And as a personal aside, I have been blown away by the extraordinary work and accomplishments to date of the PDCs across the country. We at FDA, and especially at CDRH, want to forge that much stronger a bond with all of you, to dive deeper into understanding your current challenges, what hurdles you are encountering, and how we can creatively and strategically together solution. Now, I know the contents of this slide depicting the current state of the pediatric device landscape are simply preaching to the choir here in this audience, and that you are all well aware of the implications of these gaps across nearly every age subgroup in pediatrics, most profoundly resulting in systemic off-label use of adult devices as they've been adapted for children. And it seems that there has been so much study to date of this problem statement, i.e. why the gap persists, namely the economic misalignment, the evidence generation constraints, where there has been inconsistent application of real-world evidence or real-world data across various review divisions, as well as fragmentation within and across the ecosystem. And parenthetically, we've heard from industry that there is a need for a predictable, consistent engagement pathway with FDA in the pediatric device realm. So how do we at CDRH seek to address these hurdles and overcome these challenges? It is indeed about our leaning forward to partner across the TPLC, from the early development stage to clinical evidence gathering and evaluation, to pre-market review, post-market and labeling, and finally to what is within our sphere of influence with respect to access and reimbursement by leveraging the TAP program and the work we do together with payers, including CMS. At CDRH, we are deploying various tools in our toolbox to further drive engagement and encourage development in pediatric medical devices. And among all of the ones listed here, I do want to especially call out Home as a Healthcare Hub and our recently announced Ready Home Innovation Challenge. Ready, which stands for Reducing Readmissions Through Device Innovation for the Home. And I want to encourage developers in the pediatric device space to seriously consider applying before the submission period closes on September 30th this year. We have a web page dedicated to frequently asked questions on this innovation challenge. And please don't hesitate to reach out if you have additional questions or ideas that you'd like to suggest. Now, this is merely a smattering of our current stakeholder engagement in the pediatric space. We are always eager to reach out to those we may have missed, and we very much welcome any suggestions or input that you might have here. And I want to say that we are on a very intentional, a very deliberate listening tour. Our first step is really about hearing people out, not to arrive with ready-made answers, but rather to hear what your thoughts are, what your challenges are. And here is a sampling of what we have heard to date. With regard to real-world evidence and evidence generation, we've heard that there is significant uncertainty on how real-world data is accepted across different review divisions. With respect to labeling and review consistency, we've heard that the goalposts at times shift between Q-subs and marketing applications, and that there is variability with regard to reviewer knowledge when it comes to pediatric indications across the different OHTs. With respect to reimbursement and market access, we know that there is no priority review voucher equivalent for medical devices. There's no premium payment for pediatric labeled products. Approval alone does not solve the access problem. Coverage has to follow. And with regard to the ecosystem alignment, we've heard that limited, at times disjointed coordination across the different centers of FDA, with CMS, with industry, with payers, and with academia has been a problem. Startups need collaborative dialogue with FDA review teams. So in direct response to what we've heard and what we observe, looking ahead, there are 4 discrete areas of focus that we are actioning upon. Consistency at the review level, achieving standardized evidentiary expectations for pediatric indications so that innovators and investors can plan with confidence. Clear, actionable criteria for leveraging real-world evidence and real-world data and literature to support smaller populations. Early engagement as standard practice. And of course, reimbursement as a shared priority, coordinating that dialogue with CMS, TAP, private payers, because regulatory approval, marketing authorization must not be that dead end for pediatric device access. And I'll say that again, marketing authorization alone cannot become a dead end for access to pediatric medical devices. So in summation, perhaps there is no better articulation of what we seek to accomplish on this journey together with all of you in order to advance pediatric medical device innovation than what was stated so eloquently by our center director, Dr. Michelle Tarver, at the public MEDUFA 6 stakeholder meeting last week. These core tenets of advancing regulatory excellence for the overarching work of our center aligns with our goals within the pediatric device sphere. And while all of these programs may sound distinct on their own, they really do each work hand in hand. Trust in what we do, the public's trust, has to be built on a foundation of transparency. And so we look forward to building upon our trust relationship with all of you. Thank you. And I think what we're going to do now is turn towards our fireside chat.
Suzanne, first of all, thank you again for being here. DC is close and far, and we know that you're very busy at CDRH, so thank you for being here. And thank you for your comments. I think it's refreshing and important for the community to hear, not just from the PDCs or from CTIP, but to hear directly from the FDA that this is something that matters to the agency. I know that we've gotten to know each other over the last roughly 12 months or so as there's been renewed focus and attention at CDRH on pediatrics as an area. As you and your team have started to have that focus, and you talked about multiple different areas, but is there something that you think that is particularly important or that you're excited about, that you think are opportunities for the agency to focus on over these next, we think about short-term priorities, long-term priorities. How are you thinking about that now as you've spent the last sort of 12 months learning more about the space?
Yeah, thank you, Juan. I think that this has, first of all, been very much an education for me, for my team as well, and really trying to understand the landscape in its entirety and to delve deeper into it. One thing that I had not really amplified in terms of on the slides that I showed was really the concern that we have with regard to the very, very, very young, the neonates, the infants, in terms of devices that are designed and intended in their labeling for that population, and the challenges or hurdles that exist that have yet really to be sufficiently dealt with or mitigated in advancing those particular areas of development. So while we're taking a multi-pronged approach, right? We recognize that there are plentiful areas where looking towards evidence that's already been gathered for expanded labeling in plentiful devices that are utilized right now in adults to bring them on board for labeling in children is certainly an area that we are, working on. But I think that, in the way of focusing on novel technology, innovative or emerging technologies for a population that really is so very vulnerable and is at this stage still very much lacking of the full kind of all hands on deck efforts in terms of addressing their needs. And that would be really trying to focus on the infant and the very, very young.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And when we look at some of the research that's been published in the space, that, including the reports from the FDA, the pediatric device reports to Congress, you're absolutely right. We see that as PMAs and HDEs increase for adults, they really have stayed more or less flat for pediatrics, and the ones that are indicated for the youngest really have barely grown at all. And I think you're absolutely right. It's, we often say, when people ask me, like, where should we focus in pediatrics? The answer is yes. Every part of pediatrics is underserved, underrepresented, underfunded. But I think there are specific areas, like you said, where there genuinely is a dearth of technologies that have a specific safety risk profile intended for children.
Right. And there's a lot that can be done here. I think that, as we talk about it, certainly clinical trial infrastructure is an area that, could be addressed. In addition, we internally within CDRH really need to look at benefit risk profile and how that establishing what that looks like for different populations, even within pediatrics, within different age ranges, may need different types of calibration, because setting that we recognize also that setting the bar way too high, in essence, what it does is it impedes the ability to get devices to patients that are so much in need of them. And so kind of figuring out what that appropriate balance is something that we are looking at right now as well.
I really like that finding that balance being so important, and it makes me think of some of the comments you made earlier. I think about, I think of the mission of the FDA, right? There's two important words. There's both protect and promote. And I think the FDA has appropriately leaned into the protect part.
Yes.
Sometimes the promote part is less at the forefront. And I think you made some comments to that in terms of sort of culture and education. And could you speak a little bit more of that, what you see today and what you think are some of the ways to start to address that?
So some of that, obviously, we're looking to do internally by bringing through, for example, experiential learning programs and other opportunities for reviewers, for staff to be more directly engaged in understanding what the consequences are. For example, when a bar is perhaps set too high, or when again, coming back to that benefit risk calculus, considerations around what are the sequelae of not being able to advance innovation are for a particular population. And our reviewers are great. They are fantastic, but they're often thinking about things very much from a very risk perspective. It is about balancing innovation and safety, is what we say, two sides of the same, two different sides of the same coin, and putting the appropriate measures in place, so the appropriate mitigations in place, so that those guardrails allow for the safe deployment of a device while not impeding that device from going to market. And I think we have to be, we need to work at CDRH with all of you, with clinicians, with industry, with patients, with families, in terms of understanding also the patient voice becomes really important here in understanding what are the implications of where that bar is actually set, and how we can maximize really kind of availability of safe and effective devices for children.
Absolutely. And I love what you said, that this is, we talked about it a little bit last night, this is a pediatric devices is a team sport. And it takes everyone, every sector, everyone who's represented here to really be part of that. And I love that you highlighted, the patient perspective. I know there's been work at CDRH on providing guidance on engaging patients early and often. There's been the patient advisory councils programs that I've been fortunate enough to participate in some of it. So I think I'm excited and hopeful. In maybe our last few moments here, we talked about maybe some opportunities for improvement, some places of growth, some challenges. What is there something that maybe you're excited about? What is something that you think that makes you feel hopeful about the work that we're doing and advancing in the pediatric device space?
So I think, first of all, that there's a lot of opportunity, and we're excited about the direction that real-world evidence and real-world data is going. And that there is a lot of data that can be mined, can be evaluated, and then can be brought to bear in terms of enabling devices that are used day to day, that are very much needed in the pediatric population, but they are off label, and bringing them onto label. And I think the moment is here for us to really be doing that as well. There's strong interest across the community, working with the PDCs, working with clinicians, working with other entities to really try to, again, harness all of that information and enable that data to be very much effective in the TPLC model of really kind of bringing that in so that devices can be more accessible and more available to patients of different ages.
Amazing. Well, that's a perfect comment to end on, because I think you seeded all four of our panels that are coming today, where we're going to be hearing about real world evidence of the TPLC process. So, Suzanne, thank you so much. It's been wonderful working with you. We're excited to continue to work with you. We appreciate your time and being here with us today.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Wonderful. And with that, I'd like to invite my CTIP co-director, Dr. Melissa Bent, who's going to be moderating our next panel entitled From Incubator to Integrated Intelligence, the Next Era of Neonatal Care. If Melissa's panelists, if you all could come down and join us here on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to kick off our very first panel of the afternoon that's focused on our youngest children, our neonates. I'm Melissa Bent. I am a pediatric orthopedist that's based at Children's Hospital Los Angeles and co-director of CTIP. And as a trainee, I did spend quite a bit of time in the neonatal ICU. And what it really taught me was, just as we said earlier, children are not small adults, as we heard from Dr. Schwartz and Dr. Seed earlier. Babies are not small children. And so in this space, data accuracy is truly paramount. We're going to get into it with an exciting panelist today who has a diverse range of background and interests within innovation, within neonatology. So I'm going to go ahead and have them each introduce ourselves, and we'll get into it. We'll start, we'll go this way. Great. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Florian Richter, CTO and co-founder of Artemis, and we're developing computer vision and AI models to monitor neonates in the NICU.
I'm Colleen Bland. I'm a 35-year ICU clinician. So I have been a care provider, I have been a care recipient, and I have been part of the family unit that received it. And now in industry and medical affairs, I get the responsibility and the privilege to advocate for the safety and collect the data and evidence to help you with your products.
Hello, I'm Gustav Valsiglia. I'm a neonatologist at Lurie Children's and Prentice Women's Hospital NICUs down the street. When I'm not working in the newborn ICU, I spend part of my time helping to manage quality and safety on our units, as well as I have an interest in growth and nutrition. I have a small business grant from the NIH with medical predictive science to automate nutrition calculations and predict and model growth. I also want to thank Dr. Schwartz and Dr. Bent for acknowledging that, like children are not small adults, babies are not small children, and I feel like that can't be said enough in our space.
Hey, everybody. My name is Kelsey Boer. I work at GE Healthcare. So my title is the Director of Global Product Management for our infant care portfolio. And what that means is I get to work alongside our brilliant engineers and our clinicians, both in-house and externally around the world, to create exceptional technologies for everyone. I think most of the folks in this room are like me, driven by this question of how can we bring the most advanced technology and the most advanced tools, the best tools, to the place where they're going to do the most good. So in the hands of the clinicians, at the bedside, with those patients. And I think the only way we do that, how we solve that super complex puzzle, is by getting together, sometimes physically in the same room, in order to have those discussions and really understand all of the components that go into that.
Great. Well, thanks, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get into it because I know we have a schedule we need to keep too. So we'll start with Gustav. So as a neonatologist, you are the one standing at the bedside every day. And I know that quality and safety is a big part in terms of what you do beyond direct patient care. From the bedside, what are the biggest challenges in the neonatal care regarding technology that still hasn't been solved?
I think there are a couple. I think in terms of day-to-day basis, we are monitoring and acquiring a lot of data. You have the monitors telling you the heart rate, respiratory rate. It's very difficult as a clinician to parse out trends. I'm all for better predictive analytics to try to figure out what these variables mean, or early warning. I just want to know, okay, I decreased the respiratory support yesterday. Is the kid breathing faster or slower? It is very hard to get that information from the bedside monitor, from the electronic health record. So trend identification would be helpful. And if it was coupled with our interventions, that would be great. Clearly, I'm biased towards growth and nutrition. I think we we can't measure growth accurately. We do weights, we do head circumference, we do length. The problem with those is there's a lot of error in the measurements. Weights are very much impacted by fluid. There's a lot of work in terms of research in terms of body composition, whether it's air plethysmography or bioimpedance, but those are mostly in the research domain. Sometimes I look at the bod pod that we put our babies in for research, and I think if they could talk with the incubator people, that would be great. We can't measure nutrition intake reliably, which is more of a technical limitation at this point, but we can't measure metabolism and how much the infant is expending. And we know some infants need more and some infants need less. And our current practice is to give what we think is the average and then wait for the infant to fail before we adjust them. A couple other ones, I think continuous monitoring from a personal level, I've loved having that glucose monitor, and I think it's had an impact. And I think when we get labs, we're getting snapshots in time. I think to have a continuous, that would be great. And lastly, we can measure serum levels of a lot of chemistries and values. That's great, but we have no clue as to what's going on inside the cell. We know that preterm infants are deficient in magnesium when they're born. You check a serum level, that may be normal, but most of the magnesium's in the cell. So what's going on intracellularly? So those are kind of the challenges and ideas that I have.
Great. Sounds like quite a wish list for our innovators in the room. So next we're going to move to Kelsey. So your work is pretty foundational in thermal regulation, incubator design. These equipment help keep these babies alive. So in the modern NICU, we have many sophisticated equipments, but where do you think we've made the greatest progress and where do significant gaps remain?
Yeah, I think if you look back a generation ago, if a generation ago, they could look at us today and they could see where we are with age of viability, I think they would be pretty surprised. We have infants, 22 weeks with the right treatment that have a 1 in 3 chance of survival. That's huge. We have, 25 weeks, right? That jumps to 80%. And what is notable about that shift is that it wasn't just one breakthrough, right? It wasn't one technology or understanding one condition. It was the shift of our understanding of respiratory care, of surfactants, of thermal regulation, as you mentioned, family integrated care, alongside those advancements in understanding different conditions like AOP, like NAS. All of that combined, that's how we moved the field forward and improved that age of viability, right? Those mortality rates. And then I'd say on the flip side of that, then I've seen, more of that conversation shifting to in some part, the new gaps that we've created with that shift in age of viability. We have, especially for those extremely low and very low birth weight babies, right? We're thinking more about those outcomes. And really what's going to be impactful here as we go forward and as we try to fill that gap is how can we do a better job of recreating the sensory and developmental and physiologic environment of the womb, right? The womb does a great job of bringing baby from 22 weeks to full term. So how can we get closer to that environment in a way that is safe for baby and ultimately, right, allows for those great outcomes?
Yeah, no, I love that perspective in terms of the timeline, in terms of where we've been, but where we have to go in the future, where that is concerned. I'm going to move to Colleen. So you spent 30 years as an ICU nurse at Penn and Emory. So basically since you were born. And so from your perspective, now supporting clinicians globally, what trends are you seeing across NICUs? And are hospitals asking different questions today than they were maybe even 5 years ago?
I have seen changes. Yes, indeed. I think the number one is the shift from just the baby as the patient to more of a family unit and treating all of them simultaneously, of going from just technological advancement to an environment where bonding will occur and so much more about skin to skin happening. I think it's physically an ICU is no longer demanding something that is smaller, cuter, and brighter, but demanding something that has precision performance and is providing them the insights that are going to drive their clinical decisions. I think there's been a shift to patient centricity, and a lot to Kelsey was speaking to. Is it right for a baby? Is it right for a baby at gestational age? What is right for the preterm, the micro, preemie? What is different for somebody who has a genetic anomaly versus, somebody with different diagnostic states? I think they're asking questions about safety, safety in terms of what it's made of, toxicities, components, disruptors, sensitivities, into risk versus benefit with light, sound, alarms. Is it worth the squeeze that we're getting, or are we influencing or contributing to injury? And then just getting that evidence to better tell that story.
I like that you brought up the issue with alarms, right? Alarm fatigue from the staff perspective, as well as what it does to the infant, as well as their families that are be able to make those touch points. So thank you for that perspective. We're going to move to Florian. So Artemis AI actually started as a side project during your PhD in robotics, and you built it with your brother Felix, which shows how personal this is work for you. So as we are moving for simply monitoring babies to try to predict whether they're going to crash or not before the clinicians see it, what do you see AI realistically being able to do today, and where is the hype outpacing the current reality?
Yeah, I think with AI, I think the hard thing is always there's just so many different ways to slice that, especially somebody who's been in the space before the LLMs have taken over. So I think now when we all think of AI, we all think of LLMs. So I'll kind of address that one a little bit first specifically. I will say it's very cool right now how LLMs, everybody can go and try it out themselves and see if it works for themselves or not. And I think a lot of folks are seeing, okay, surface level, it's pretty good, but when you get more detailed, it can get a few things wrong. But that, I don't think that's actually like necessarily a negative. What you actually have is a really powerful starting point now. I think if you, let's say, for example, you want to make an LLM model that like ingests EHRs and then predicts I don't know, let's say like sepsis or some outcome, right? And just starts giving scores and everything like that. You can already start using these open source backbones that get you 80 to 90% of the way there. And now you can fine tune with a much smaller data set that was previously required. And that's where I view the real AI hype in terms of like medical device development is I think there's this amazing pre-training starting point and easy to use embeddings that you can now fine tune and adjust to your application and really center it there. Where I think the industry's hype, like AI industry hype really comes from is actually a lot, I would say, from the software development side of things. Not so much I would say in the medical. In terms of software writing, it's never been easier to write code. It is still can be slop code. So that's something you have to be careful of. If you're a software engineer, you still need some principles. But that barrier to entry in terms of developing something has never been lower. And I think that's also something that I would say I'm very positive on. I think it's really, really accelerated our growth as a company. We've been using AI tools now, it must be for 5 years. At first, it was just a fancy autocomplete. And now it's like just pushing out PR tickets every day, and then you're just checking it. So it's been absolutely incredible on that side. So yeah, that's where I'd put it. I think pre-training is really, really incredible. I'll also add the computer vision modality, which is something that we're specifically focused on, of course, is I would say going through right now, probably where GPT or like all these LMs were, maybe like 5 or 6 years ago, like everybody started using it about 6 or 7 years ago. So right now there's this amazing time where everybody's open sourcing all of their models for computer vision, like completely end to end. Not data sets, of course, but these tools are just absolutely incredible. You can fine tune a model to like track a person or track a neonate with less than, like we've done studies with less than 100 labels, labeled images, and then been able to start going. For our company, we do more now, of course. We want more robustness, but you can really, really get proof of concepts going much more quickly than before.
Great. No, thank you for that perspective. And I think in terms of, like Gustav, in terms of what you were saying as the neonatologist on the bedside, in terms of the sheer amount of volume of data, and would like to hear from each of you in terms of the perspective of innovation, industry, and at the bedside. If every device in the NICU could communicate, as you alluded to, seamlessly, what clinical decisions could be improved? And this question is for each of our panelists in terms of your perspective. You can go ahead and start, Kelsey.
Well, I'll take the easy one, which we've already talked about, Gustav, on alarms. So, clearly having devices be interconnected and be able to be responding and notifying you as a clinician based on the context of those other devices, based on the context of what's happening in the room is huge, right? You go from having an alarm for, 84% SpO2 to being able to, even predict things like the probability of an apneic event jumped, a significant percentage in the last 15 minutes because of XYZ, and here's our recommended actions. Or just the context of, did heart rate jump? Okay, well, is the clinician handling that baby right now? So having that context, being able to make it predictive is huge. And we all in this room know the issues that exist today with alarms. I've read a paper where like a average 50-bed NICU can see 3 million alarms in a year. And then we also have data to suggest that we're only really responding to 17% of those. So, for the rest of those alarms, they're either unactionable or unimportant. And so how do we, shift that to, reduce the alarm burn and reduce the burnout, but not only by decreasing the alarms, but giving them in the context of those other devices.
Yeah, I think alarm fatigue is real, and it's amazing. When you say that we only respond to a portion of it, you start to tone out certain alarms, and there's a type of alarm that will just kind of tune out, and then there's a specific alarm that means badness. And no one ever taught me this is a bad one, but it's Pavlovian. You're just kind of like your ears prick up, and if I hear anything that remotely sounds like that outside of the hospital, my heart rate goes up. So alarm fatigue is real. I think, like I said earlier, trend identification, and I think that's not just knowing what the heart rate or respiratory rate is, but what are we doing to the infant in terms of respiratory support, in terms of medications. I think that would go a long way. I think, a challenge and where I wish that all the data would talk to is we still rely on pre-rounding in the newborn ICU. So pre-rounds are when we talk, doctors, nurses, therapists, parents, about the infant and what we want to do. But there's a period for about an hour to an hour and a half where clinicians are transcribing information from the electronic health record onto a piece of paper. Sometimes some of it printed out from the EHR, some of it fully manual. And this is to collect and then present on rounds. And it seems ridiculous that in 2026 we're still doing that, but I will tell you that the way that the data are presented on that piece of paper, where you have 14 days in a row, and you have disparate pieces of data all next to each other, it facilitates connection formation, and you can see that the infant's weight has gone up, that you stopped the diuretics earlier, that the FiO2's gone up, and you can surmise, well, this infant's fluid overloaded. There's nothing in the electronic health record or any of these monitors that pulls it together. So it's sad that we're still using these paper flow sheets and rounding. It would be nice if we got to a position where all those data were integrated in a way that was ideal for us.
Alarms have been a theme. Exactly. We hear them. What are we supposed to do with them? So I think what we're finding a lot with the decision making is, looking at the early trend analysis, like what should I be looking for? What is my neonate most at risk for? When do I time my studies? So within that, like thermoregulatory devices, like, is this where I need to do a shivering assessment? What is the wattage change in my patient's work to cool? Do I need to now increase my nutritional intake and match their metabolic demand? Is this because of infection? Do I need to send off cultures? Do I need to work this individual up? Is this seizure activity? Am I doing appropriate surveillance for other things that are going on with them? And then taking it the next step, in which is looking at the response to that intervention. I had an alert, I did something. Did what I do make a difference? Did I do it enough? Did I do it often? Is my baby more stable? What am I doing to support them? And I think that's really where we're seeing it come full circle.
I'll answer a little bit with specifically the modality that we're looking to bring to the NICU, which is through computer vision. So monitoring movement of infants with computer vision modality, and speaking to the points about movements and movement artifacts on other sensors. That's something that we're very excited and trying to explore into. However, there is a really big problem about when you're talking about all these integrations. They're nice in theory. When you're on the ground and you're looking to figure out, how do I get a real-time data stream of like the EKG into this? How do I get it's really, really non-trivial. I think the amount of proprietary technology there and like the big walls are just very real. Integrating with Epic is kind of a pain if you want to start looking into it. So there's just a lot of like really practical problems that hopefully we can work through, but I think that need to get resolved before we can get there.
Great. Thank you. And I think that sets the stage for innovation over the next 5 to 10 years right there. So Kelsey and Colleen, you're both building for clinicians like Gustav, we're already stretched thin. So how do manufacturers think about design technology that clinicians actually would like to use instead of creating an additional workload boarding?
I can go first. So there's a design principle that is one of my favorites. It's called 99% invisible. There's also a great podcast by the same name. But what that means is that really great technology is 99% invisible, right? You don't even notice it. You just interact with it. It fits into your workflow. And how you get there is by working with clinicians on a daily basis, right? Throughout that entire process. And there's multiple ways that you do that. So there's the obvious, which is, asking questions. So we were at NAN, I think 2 years ago, we ran like an escape room that was about thermal regulation. And then it was Wizard of Oz theme. So at the end of the escape room, we gave everybody a magic wand and we said, what would you have your incubator warmer do if you could do anything for you? And like the conversations from that and the problems, that helped us uncover and prioritize were great. But it's not just about asking the question, right? It's also about observing. Like sometimes, when you're so deep in the work, it's hard to, take the step back and see. So I'll give an old example because I can only give old examples. But when we were, before we created the hybrid incubator,
mood lighting, sorry,
drama, before we created the first hybrid incubator, the idea didn't come from asking people what the problem was and then solving for that problem. It actually came from going around to hundreds of NICUs and observing, right? We saw babies being transitioned and how disruptive that was to care. And that's where that idea came from. That is now the OmniBed, the giraffe OmniBed. So not just asking questions, also observing. And then once you are creating the right thing, once you're designing the right thing, you're solving the real problem, only then should you get into the solutioning of that. Right? Because otherwise you're going to spend years working on something that isn't a real problem or isn't a worthwhile problem to solve. So all very much human-centered design principles, and at every step of the path, it's important to have those clinicians involved. And for us, we also think a lot about the global implications there, because there are different needs and workflows and problems that are more persistent and across different countries.
I'm also Lean Six Sigma certified, and it's one of the concepts that we introduce a lot in, especially within industry, is go to Gemba. Like go into the site, see how the users are using this technology, specifically within their workflow. I think bringing in advocacy groups to see how infants that receive the technology and how they continue using it at home throughout their life cycle, making sure that the technology is interoperable with the other devices that they are using throughout their continuum. I think having a distinct innovation phase where we lean in and get direct feedback from the users, looking at market analysis, making sure that you don't build something because you can, but because it fills a genuine need. And then really just engaging throughout that process to know that it can continue to be refined and that you're always open to that life cycle development.
Great. And so I think definitely the take home is in terms of human-centered design with the clinicians, in terms of physicians, nurses, all the team that works in the NICU, as well as the patient themselves and the patient engagement with that as well. So turning the question back to each of you, what is the biggest barrier preventing promising neonatal technologies from becoming the actual standard of care? We'll start with Florian.
I think the biggest barrier, at least for development from my experience, has been, I think, highlighted previously by the previous talks. I think the Valley of Death is very real. I think it's very hard to get funding during that time, especially when you're preclinical. The risk is really, really high. And then I think also the market size is a hard one to talk about. So we actually have to always make sure that we have been translating this technology to adults, but that has to be much more front and center for a lot of investors to really swallow the fact that we're going and starting in the NICU. Yeah.
I think within the neonatal space, at least through industry, we take the responsibility strongly for the creation of evidence that you guys are asking for. And within that neonatal space, it is protected. I mean, we have to respect the privacy laws that were created to protect these neonates, but we also have to look to say how can we partner to make sure that the regulatory bodies are getting access to the full picture. And in that 30 days and younger, with Safe Harbor, it's so hard to tap into that data. We know it's out there. We know it's real world use. We see data for performance, but getting back to the chart to see how did that individual infant respond to that therapy. So I think evidence generation to provide the phenotyping that is the expectation now for that patient-centric, device and design.
So if I put my research hat on, I would think that, one of them is being that neonates are not the biggest population. And so I think a lot of companies will kind of think, okay, that's a small dollar sign. So one of my goals is to automate nutrition calculations. The math is it's not complex, it's algebra and arithmetic. That said, it's sufficiently complicated and the data is all over the electronic health record. There doesn't seem to be a lot of will. And I think that that's somewhat short-sighted because measuring nutrition and then helping to assess growth, you could apply the same principles to an adult in the burn unit in the surgical ICU. Using my clinical hat, I would say, yes, evidence, you want to see the evidence that's there. I think inertia, we're very busy. I periodically get pop-ups in my Epic thing that's like, why don't you configure your thing to make your daily work more efficient? And I just X out very quickly because I have to see the patient, I have to review the data, I have to get the notes. I think our profession should embrace simulation more. So we're still intubating infants with a straight laryngoscope. There are different types of blades out there. Without boring you, that requires training. And we're not very good about simulation, and we need to embrace it a little bit more, especially when you're using the technology.
Going to go a little bit of a different route with this answer because you guys covered a lot of the key ones. I mean, you can say anything right from the clinical trials to the evidence, right? All of those things are significant barriers to funding. So prior to working at GE, I was in care delivery for 15 years. I worked in mostly vertically integrated health systems, hospital systems, different departments, different states. But one of the things that sticks with me very strongly is my time working for a chief information officer. So in my role, in addition to developing like in-house products, we also worked with a lot of startups. We worked with mid-sized companies as well to bring those technologies in-house. And so we would see these really promising technologies that were good for the patient. You know, great outcomes, great for the care team. It reduced time, great for the bottom line. You know, maybe we could charge a higher CPT code, you know, using that technology, or have a higher throughput. And we would still have a hard time implementing those in the health system because there's just a huge list of priorities that the health system is going through. And so, you know, one of the things that taught me, and, you know, some of the scars that I carry forward are around that. How do we make sure that when you're creating these, you know, exceptional technologies, especially like software and SaaS, you know, type technologies that have a relatively high implementation burden, how do we make sure that it is possible for, you know, the care teams and the health systems to implement those into their workflows and into their systems, and, you know, integrated with all of these different EHRs and everything else, in a way that's really feasible for them to implement. Like I said, several stories that still stick with me of things that, you know, we tried to bring in, but just kept hitting those barriers. So, you know, having it be very usable, even from the implementation side, I think is critical, and sometimes doesn't get the attention.
Right. And I think a common thread in this is alignment with all the stakeholders, the health systems, the clinicians, and in terms of being able to have all these barriers eventually become areas of opportunity. So moving to Gustav, so you're a physician scientist. You run an SBIR, modeling growth and nutrition in neonates. And so you really sat on both sides of this. And as a clinician being pitched to, and now someone who has developed technology yourself, what convinces you personally to adopt a new technology?
You know, I think ideally evidence should, whether that's you directly looking at the literature yourself, or I'm fortunate enough to work in academic medicine where I have very smart colleagues, and you know, they may take the lead on certain specific areas, and just through osmosis and talking with them. So I think evidence is important. I think ease of use is it. You know, again, there's a lot of inertia to trying new things because we are very busy on a day-to-day basis, and we want to be efficient, and that's good. But the problem with being so efficient is that it doesn't allow you to explore different routes, which 9 times out of 10 probably makes you work more. But that 1 time out of 10, you do find something that fits. So I think it's got to be ease of use, and then I think the electronic health record was probably the biggest piece of technology. I mean, we definitely needed to go electronic, but that was, I think, partly regulation. There are some things that are less ideal with it, but you know, there are some things that are better, like medication order entry. So.
Great. So Colleen, with your background spanning both bedside nursing and now medical affairs, you sit at this bridge. So what are the biggest accelerators to adoption that you've noticed in your field?
One of the biggest responsibilities of medical affairs is, again, that evidence generation and dissemination component to it. And I think it's creating the awareness out there. I think one of the earliest slides up here was about 80% of pediatric use is off-label. So if no one can talk about it, and if the people who are making it, you know, can't get out there and create awareness, you know, how do we utilize platforms like subject matter experts and getting them elevated at congresses and through publication where they can share and become, you know, key opinion leaders? How can you highlight best practice, facilitate peer-to-peer relationships, and then not only allow but encourage individuals to listen to that, but then customize it so that they can meet their needs. I think some of the novel ways our industry has worked is, hosting a 24/7 platform dedicated to targeted temperature management, where they can, tap in and see these thought leaders, talk about their experience, how they incorporate the guidelines, how they've engaged multidisciplinary input at their own institutions, and just really capturing feedback directly from the field so that we can share those insights.
Great. Thanks, Colleen. So imagine we meet again in 2036. What will have changed most dramatically in neonatal care, other than we are no longer using patient stickers with paper, as I did over a decade ago? So, Gustav, I'm very sad that still is the case. Go ahead and start.
Sure. Let's see, 2035. I'm most excited to see some of the shift in our family integrated care, right? How we're incorporating families into that care for the infant, right? We know it has enormous impacts on the neurodevelopment, baby's overall outcomes, and also is really impactful for mom and, the parents and the family, and being able to create that transition to home and create that bonding is instrumental. So, we have a lot of ways that we can create or even redesign technology in order to better serve that. And I'm excited for that vision of 2035.
I'm hopeful that in 10 years, we'll get to a point that pre-rounding, or that period where we are looking for data and collecting it and organizing it, won't be necessary, because that data will be presented to us. And rather than us trying to identify trends are more easily identified, so that rounds where we make our decisions can be spent, rather than discussing the data, discussing what the data mean. I think we can get there. I'm hopeful. Wish list. I hope we find something different than a stethoscope. If we're still using that by the end of my career,
So the question is in 2035?
Decade from now,
A decade from now. I think we're going to embrace this concept of liberation, that technology shouldn't be tethering, infants to an isolate, and that we're continually to encourage bonding and neurological development, because the goal is not to just get them through this event, but to set them up to thrive, as they grow and go back to their family. So I think we're going to see a lot of focus on, recreating, whether it be the womb or that home environment. Yeah.
I think from the device side, I'm very excited for a lot more personalized care. I think this speaks to the trends, to unification of data, et cetera. So I think like more personalized medicine, and doctors and clinicians and care teams already do that. They know which babies they need to put more energy into, et cetera. But I think from the device side, being able to support that in a more broader context is what I believe they'll be moving towards.
Great. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close out our panel, but thank you again. Thank you to our audience, and thank you to each of our panelists here today for sharing those insights.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Melissa, and thank you to all of our panelists. We are going to move right along. There's my clicker. Our next panel, I'm going to go ahead and invite our panelists to come down. Is entitled "Building the Technical Infrastructure for Medical Device Ecosystem Innovation." And this is a guilty pleasure. You've probably heard the expression, "When you're a hammer, every problem's a nail." If you ask an informaticist medical device problems, he wants to talk about real world data. So that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about data. We're going to talk about infrastructure and the important role they play. We're going to start with having each of our wonderful panelists introduce themselves. Our fourth panelist, Steven Konya from ONC, is running a little bit late, unfortunately. So he's going to join us. He's going to hop in. He's going to be a very dynamic superhero style entrance, Marvel style. So he's going to join us at the end. But why don't we start, Faraz, with you?
Yeah, hi. Thank you all for having me here, and I'm really excited for this conversation. I'm Firas. I am with AWS. My role there is an executive advisor, and I work with healthcare life sciences customers from academic medical centers to device and diagnostic biopharma companies, health tech companies. The through line there is clinical translational research. Prior to joining AWS, I was faculty here at Northwestern. I was the Chief Research Information Officer. So if I launch into lecture mode, it's just the environment may be prompting me to that. Yeah, so I've spent, was in academia, and I was part of the clinical translational research groups. And so happy to have this conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Corey Megley, and I'm the Vice President of Partnerships Management for the National Evaluation System for Health Technology, or NEST for short. We are an initiative within the Medical Device Innovation Consortium, so you can think of us as a teeny tiny nonprofit inside of a slightly larger nonprofit. But we are a public-private partnership between FDA and the medical device industry, and our mission is to advance the use of real-world evidence across the total product life cycle for medical devices. So in my role at NEST, I design and operationalize partnerships that kind of sit at the intersection of device manufacturers, health systems within our research network, thank you, Lurie Children's, commercial data partners, and FDA. And so my colleagues and I have kind of a front row seat in that regard, looking at what makes real world evidence not only technically feasible, but suitable to support regulatory decision-making for devices. I'm a 27-year medical device industry veteran, and that's kind of my background.
Thank you, Corey. Bill?
Hello, my name is Bill Moss. I am the Chief Executive at 3Aware. At 3Aware, our mission is really to optimize the collaborative ecosystem between the health systems, industry, researchers, to create an environment where the health systems can safely and responsibly share patient data in a collaborative environment that enables us to get access to not only the higher end structured codified data, but to actually gain the ability to provide access to the extremely detailed unstructured content. And we do that in the way of being able to enable the health systems to be able to maintain not only possession of both the data and the processing that's taking place on the data, but also the governance and control of that data under their existing governance programs. By doing this, we're having health systems really enabling us to be able to expose this additional layer of the data that is the unstructured content, which we believe is critically important in the trending of where the use of real-world evidence is going, in order to be able to really draw the most meaningful insights from that data. In doing that, we're really focused on enabling the health systems to be able to truly focus on their own internal research relative to comparative effectiveness and value analysis. We're enabling those health systems to be able to more effectively engage in federally funded research, to more effectively be able to work with us as an intermediary, working with bringing more industry funded research in, and for some of our partners, an actual program to be able to actually commercialize some of that content out to industry, such as with the med tech industry, to be able to make that most useful. My background, I've been at the intersection of life sciences and healthcare for the last 30 to 40 years. Previous to being at 3Aware, I was CEO of a company called Seven Bridges Genomics, working in the biopharma space, where we recognized the need for our large biopharma clients to get access to not only cohorts of data that had a combination of clinical, phenotypic, and genomic profile, but to actually be able to get access to those patients, with the theory that as you begin to form hypotheses and in research hone in on those hypotheses, the ability to hone in on that hypothesis while also honing in on the patient population for which that hypothetical therapy may be most efficacious. And so we're really bringing that same capability now to the med tech space and to the health systems working with us there. So I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you for having me, Juan, and I'll pass it on.
Perfect. Thank you. And then a man with impeccable timing.
Talk about cutting it close, right? But what was the question?
Please introduce yourself for our audience.
Perfect timing. Sorry for my slight delay in getting here. I blame Uber or just my lack of poor planning. We'll give it a combination of the two. So nice to meet everyone and join my fellow colleagues here on the panel. My name is Stefan Kanya. I serve as the Chief Innovation Officer and Head of Strategic Partnerships at HHS, specifically within the Office of the National Coordinator for Health IT, or ONC for short. And that's the agency that gets to work across all of federal government and in partnership with industry on how do we get off of paper, middle of folders, filing cabinets, and bring it all into the 21st century and get it digital and get onto electronic health records and make interoperability between all those different settings and so on. And so the role that I have is often working between the federal government and industry to identify where there are friction is and lack of standards or whatever else it may be that's holding back adoption of emerging technologies, including medical devices. Nowadays, more and more medical devices are generating data, storing data, communicating and exchanging data between different systems. So we have to make sure we work closely with our partners at FDA and NIH and others on making sure that all of that infrastructure can be plug and play. But a lot of the ways that I do that is through large-scale public-private partnerships. One relevant to this community that some people in the room have been part of over the years was, I played a small role in helping to launch KidsX as a collaborative. It was supposed to be a big public-private partnership. And then in change administrations, it ended up having enough momentum to launch on its own. But had been on the board of advisors for that program for years, and that was one of 5 large-scale public-private partnerships I was involved in. Most recently, CancerX is one of the ones that I helped launch. I was a co-founder for, and that was a much larger initiative under the last administration with the Cancer Moonshot. But ironically, we were able to even partner between KidsX and CancerX and have a lot of focused innovation challenges around pediatric oncology solutions and pediatric cancer-related solutions. So excited to be part of this panel and happy to talk with anybody anytime about innovation ecosystem building, the role that government plays in both contributing to and supporting that, as well as how do we benefit from being part of that. And I love what CTIP has been doing for years now, helping to pull together that pediatrics technology community. And in any way that we can support that, I'm happy to help.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So we're incredibly lucky to have all 4 of you here, thinking about sort of the data source, or the primary data source, thinking about the EHRs and the clinical work and how ONC plays a role in that. Then thinking about the data platforms that make it possible to drive real world data and real world evidence like 3Aware. Then obviously Nest, the organization that is helping to bring together those standards, those processes to make that possible in partnership with the FDA. And then of course the perspective of the hyperscalers that make all of that possible at every level. So we're excited for this conversation. I want to, Faraz, based on your comment, you're inspiring me to do a little bit of adult learning theory. So I want to signpost our conversation for you all today. What we want to start with is we'll talk a little bit about foundations, like what does it take to do this and to do this well and to prepare to scale. And then we'll spend a little bit of time talking about evidence generation and collaboration, how those two things go hand in hand. And then we'll think about a little bit of future direction, what people in this room should be thinking about, people who are online, in terms of where this field is going. So to get us started, for us, let's talk about, as AWS, you have this kind of unique vantage point, right? You have an opportunity to work with individual med device companies, but a lot of the technology companies that support med device companies and who support the various processes, these platforms. What are some of the trends that you see in what makes in how successful device companies are building their data and their technical infrastructure, right? If you were advising an early stage company, of which there are many in this room today, so we're getting you guys some free advice. What are some of those foundational capabilities that they really want to think about getting right and getting right early?
Wow. How much time? Minutes. I think the way, first of all, to do is to kind of do what the diversity that you see here. This requires multiple agents, multiple actors, multiple parties working together towards the same goal. So I think we start with that, work backwards from our mission collectively and taking care of of our children and bringing these innovations. But I think if there were some high level points I would like to hit, I would definitely start by saying your data strategy is too important for you not to own it. And by that, it doesn't mean that you have to own and operate the entire stack all the way down. Obviously, I think that my point there is to be deliberate about your choices. For what I mean by that, for example, when you're talking to academic medical centers or pediatrics hospitals where a lot of the real world data might be generated, for example, it's important to see what their concerns are. There are difficult conversations around provenance, around what data stays within the walls, if they do leave, what is the kind of downstream provenance chain that happens there, the types of decisions you make around standards, interoperability. These are all things that are too important for you not to kind of to leave to just happenstance, and sometimes maybe rely on easy options such as a managed solutions versus running things natively on your own infrastructure, whether it's cloud or prem, doesn't matter really. It's as long as you're making the decisions there. The other thing I would say, and this is something, kind of thing about the innovations that we see now, is just embrace this whole agentic wave that you're having. And you may have, we've moved beyond LLMs that are just predicting tokens and things like that. We have more complicated foundation models that's kind of in specialized domains. But even for these types of agentic loops, harnesses as we call them now, they allow you to bridge a process that may span different silos within your own organization, or context that may even be in outside your boundaries. So I think if you embrace it, I think if you have the conversations about how these agents could call each other, how some orchestration can happen, and even turning that inward, when one of the most heartening, as someone who comes from an informatics background and sees the pain of curating your own data sets, I think it's very heartening to see these agents and LLMs kind of looking inwards to maintain the hygiene of the data pipelines. So they're kind of looking around corners, they're monitoring, they're kind of checking for compliance. And now, with cloud and other technologies, it's easy to wrap the whole contour with the regulatory envelope that you want, whether it's traceability, observability, all the things we need for clinical evidence. I think these are kind of these are two high level topics I would kind of embrace, but I mean certainly go back to just work backwards from your mission. And
I appreciate it, and I think you're right. It's that piece of owning your strategy doesn't mean building all of it yourself. A lot of it is partnership, especially when we're talking about medical devices and medical device integration. And then that often becomes, it's rarely a technical barrier, and it is a partnership and trust and contractual barrier. Stefan, from ONC's perspective, as we're seeing more and more medical devices, connecting to the EHR and having integration, obviously we don't think of these technologies necessarily as certified health IT, but they now need to interact with certified health IT. Talk to me a little bit about, again, for companies that are starting today, right? I have a sensor and it makes a signal, and that signal is useful. I'm not ready for EHR integration, but I want to start thinking about it. How should they start thinking about those challenges ahead of them?
It's a good question. So there's, for a little context for this room, because I don't know how many people focus on the broader health IT ecosystem, and this panel was about the infrastructure to support some of this, right? So just a real quick history lesson. Late 2000s, HITECH Act passes, and that moves us off of paper and gets us into a portion where, through meaningful use, you're basically subsidizing the taxpayer dollars, or subsidizing the adoption of electronic health records. Fast forward, we went from an environment where less than 10% of information was in a digital format when that started, to today it's less than 1% is in paper, right? And so we've largely got it all digital, but we're still working on how do we make it interoperable, and then also looking at today more and more about number one, responsible use of all that information, and for the right settings and right access and so on, especially with emerging AI tools and things like that. And there's a whole slew of other types of questions around responsible use of these tools and how do they integrate and access and work with the data, informing patients of what's happening with the data, all of that. But it's also going back to some of these subsectors of the broader healthcare ecosystem and making sure that that we're figuring out how to support and subsidize in some cases, bringing them into the fold. So EHRs have been long considered as like the golden standard of like where to get information and data, because that's what we subsidize paying for, right? But we believe that that is just one significant node and a whole network of nodes of where there's data being collected and exchanged today. Think of like clinical trials alone. Most of that information lives outside of the EHR, and in a lot of cases has to be manually transcribed from the EHR into these clinical trial software management systems. Sometimes those are homegrown ones by the pharma companies that are running them, sometimes specific to certain institutions and academic research centers or certain fields like cancer clinical trial management systems. And some EHRs have their own homegrown solutions like Oracle and Epic and others. But the data is living all over the place, and we can even go down the rabbit hole of like wearable devices and digital therapeutics and wellness apps and other things. So like all these other places, CVS, retail, all these other places where data lives outside of an EHR. So I say all this because we're at a state today where, yes, medical devices or any technology in pediatrics can live in a lot of different places, and I consider them all different nodes, and they should all be not just thinking about how do we get into an EHR or get data out of an EHR, although there's a lot of data that is in those places. But the first question is that's what's needed? And if not, and there is a more efficient workaround, then maybe that's not the path to go because it can be costly and challenging and all these other issues. Now, if it is needed, there's a lot of ways to address that. Looking at FHIR APIs and other things that are more standardized and easier to work with. There's a lot of FHIR accelerators. If you're not familiar with FHIR, it's FHIR, Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources. It's a standard by HL7. It makes it very easy to plug and play, and for people in different sectors who aren't part of the HR world necessarily to get up to speed and to build these APIs and to connect into it. And that can include device manufacturers and others, right? And to figure out how can I communicate this into an EHR. Some of it is near field communication, other things, or Bluetooth while they're in that setting. But sometimes it is actually porting from a standalone device, and it is going through another means. But I would challenge to think about, like, is it necessary on the HR side? And if so, then you're going to have to get educated about the types of standards, how to play in that. Definitely, we were talking about usefulness of standards and foundations as infrastructure. The Cures Act in 2017 timeframe required us to start something called U.S. Core Data for Interoperability, or US CDI, and that is required by law now for all EHRs to leverage and have as a baseline of the minimal data set you can expect in any EHR. But there's also nuanced areas that aren't required. And that includes some areas like quality or cancer, maternal health, and some others where we still need to evolve the standards before it can be mandated or required. But knowing US CDI, and if you are going to work in an EHR, well, now you know the minimal expectation of what you can and can get out of and get into an EHR, right? And if you think there is already some information in US CDI that relates to medical devices and other things, so it can be captured. But we're always looking how to improve that, and that's something that we need feedback on as well. So US CDI is not a solid standard that just sits in and etched in stone for years. We're actually just released version 7 for public comment, and that's something that evolves on an annual rotating basis. It's like if anybody's heard the reference to the Golden Gate Bridge and how they never stop painting it. They start on one side and they go, and then they just go back the other way. They just keep painting it all year. It's kind of the same thing with US CDI. Like, we are constantly, the minute we put something out for public comment, or the minute that we finalize one version, like 6, we open up version 7 for public comment. And then that's a process. And then within about a year or so, we finalize 7 and open up 8, right? And about 2 versions behind or so is what the EHRs have to adhere to. So it's a good way to signal and understand, but also say, like, in another year or 2, we need this data in this way, and constantly be evolving it. If you looked at the US CDI 1 to compare to 7, it's significantly expanded and is more like organized and clarified. So there's some of the infrastructure perspective there, but as far as the challenges, it's going to be specific to their own issue of what kind of data and how they want to get it in there. And I'd be happy to talk to anybody about that.
Oh, I appreciate it. You said as a clinical informaticist, you certainly said so many of my favorite words. But today's not that day. But, I will say, building on the fire comment, something for folks in the room to know is that I think the first ever medical device specific fire IG was released last year. HL7 had the Argonaut project, which built and mapped continuous glucose monitor data into a fire standard, into a fire IG that's been released by HL7 for public comment. It's in early prototyping stage, but I think it's exactly that. It's starting to build the infrastructure and leverage standards so that for those devices where it makes sense, that those standards exist so that they can be leveraged, which is really powerful. Bill, I'd love to hear from you. I think we've talked about these devices generate so much data, and increasingly, companies have more access to data throughout their product lifecycle. But having data is not the same thing as having credible real world evidence. From your perspective, how do you think about, what does it mean that a product is now on the market, is out there in the real world being used clinically, and how do you turn that into something that's actually useful for a regulatory process, like a labeling expansion, ideally a pediatric labeling expansion?
Sure, it's a great question, Juan. Coming back to some of the comments earlier around the infrastructure, I think the stakeholders within the industry that are addressing the technological and largely around a lot of the regulatory infrastructure have done a fantastic job of creating the foundation that we need in order to bring this forward. That having been said, I think the biggest gap in the infrastructure, and it goes to the question you just asked, is really in the ecosystem itself. I think that there is a gap in the human, commercial, then moving into the regulatory ecosystem and how the parties are all interacting with each other in order to optimize the access and generation of real world evidence. And so we see this with a difficulty for the health systems to be able to feel comfortable safely and responsibly being able to share their patients' data, and the patients do own the data, for collaborative research and collaborative purposes. So we need to break those things down to get to the access. But once we've gotten access to the data, and being able to create that access to not only the codified structured data, but the very deep, detailed, unstructured content, we now have a situation of TMI. Right? There's so much there. What do you do with it? How do you validate it? Where does it come from? I think that, NEST and the CDRH has provided us with a very effective framework for defining how we take that raw data and take it through the process of provenance in order to be able to validate it as valid input for real world evidence. But then that evidence needs to be surfaced in a way that's not only reliable from the provenance, but to be relevant to the study at hand. So I can speak to what we're doing at 3Aware. At 3Aware, we've developed a platform that is able to access across multiple health systems data sources, complete unfettered access to the entire patient record, all of the unstructured notes, all the unstructured content. And so what happens is when you're embarking upon a study, you've got so much information in front of you. So what we've done is we've developed the ability for our system to go in, first and foremost, to do determinate linking between device identification and linking those devices to actual patient encounters. Then once the study parameters are input into the platform, our platform will go across each patient's entire care journey, identify the episodes of care that are relevant to that particular study. In those episodes of care, identify the encounters that are relevant to the parameters to the study. And in those encounters, actually surface not only the structured, but all the unstructured content, notes, patient recorded outcomes, whatever that might be that are relevant to the study. And then within those documents, actually highlight the determinant information that's inside of those documents relative to the study. So the ability now to be able to take information that we've established through provenance early on as being reliable, we're now able to very quickly, in a very efficient way, establish the relevance of that data in a way that is very specific to the study at hand. And I think by being able to really hit those two things that, once again, Nest has really outlined for us and established the the framework for, by concentrating in those areas, we're able to not only create reliable evidence out of this data, but we're able to actually create extremely efficient methods and processes to be able to do very detailed and nuanced analyses. So we see oftentimes, we'll hear about, different types of studies where you've got a very easily identifiable device, and perhaps the indication of outcome is the patient still alive? I would say that that's at a level of granularity that is not going to drive us forward. We need to be able to determine, as we're looking at this evidence, we need to be able to determine the relevance of a given patient's experience down to what was the care journey that led up to a diagnosis, to a very specific indication with anatomical location reference, with indications relative to comorbidities and all the other details, and then to be able to understand the application of the device. How was it utilized? What was wasted? What was used? How did they perform? And then ultimately being able to track the outcome of those procedures, those encounters, for the duration necessary. So many of the studies that we're doing, we could have anywhere from 7 to 10 years of follow-up, and being able to track the patient-reported outcomes and other feedback along the way. So I think it really becomes that comprehensive real-world evidence generation and analysis, by being able to drive through both the reliability and the relevance of that content throughout the process.
No, thanks for sharing, Bill. And I agree. I think there's, so much medical device data. Never enters the record, or B, if it does, it might enter it in unstructured ways that makes it difficult to then gather for regulatory purposes. So it's exciting to have better tools to do that kind of work. Corey, I think Bill set you up really well. As we're going from generating the data through clinical care to finding the right tools and platforms to capture it. At Nest, right, you're working at this intersection of medical devices, real world data, EHRs, regulators, health systems, and it's an exciting space. I'd love for you to talk a little bit about sort of two angles. One is, what Nest is working on now and where you are in that journey. And then B, obviously today, most of the companies that are engaging with Nest are companies that are established companies that have products on the market, and they want to be able to leverage that data for changing their labeling indications. But if you had to think about, for an earlier stage company, what might they be thinking about now as they bring products to market, so that those can be resources and tools that they can use in the future?
Fantastic. Thanks, Juan. And thanks, Bill, for that excellent tee up. So Nest has been around a while, and in the first, we were essentially founded at the start of the MDUFA 4 cycles. So we're talking about the medical device user fees. And so in that first MDUFA cycle, Nest spent a lot of time building some very foundational frameworks for data quality and research methods. And we recently released a version 2 refresh of those data quality and research methods frameworks in November of last year. The exciting thing that we're building upon that is what we call the NestMark process. So, and I know you have a considerable experience being part of the working group that is at the apex of this work. But essentially in the NestMark process, what we're doing is trying to do a foundational assessment of a real world data source and that data source quality in the absence of a research question. So it really focuses on more the reliability aspects that Bill mentioned. We know that relevance to a particular study also needs to be assessed. But the idea behind NESMARK is that we do this very foundational, detailed quality assessment of a real-world data source once, and then we are evaluating domains like governance and privacy and traceability and ETL processes, documenting a lot of these things that allow us to understand in a very rigorous and structured way underlying data quality in the absence of that research question. The idea then is we can leverage that once it is completed for a particular data source. We don't have to go all the way back to the beginning. And so this is something that came out of many of our first implementation cases that we did in the second MDUFA cycle. What is really exciting about NESMARK is it has been jointly developed by a working group that includes representatives from industry and FDA. And what is even more exciting to us is NESMARK has been named in the MDUFA 6 commitment letter as something that industry and FDA are both committed to advancing to make sure that the momentum we've built around real world evidence can be sustained. To your second question about kind of early stage companies, I will acknowledge that much of the work we've done at Nest has been focused on expanding labeling indications for devices that are already on the market, knowing if the devices aren't out there in the wild, they're not likely going to appear in real world data sources, which makes our work very challenging. And so there's been a little bit of a natural limitation, but bringing this back to kind of the pediatric focus that brings us here today, we know that with pediatric patients, we're dealing with very small, highly dispersed populations. And therefore, it is highly unlikely, and we've seen this in our work, highly unlikely that a single data source is going to be able to get the job done. And multi-stakeholder collaboration, multi-source collaboration is likely going to be required. And so my advice to an early stage company is, you're going to be planning for ultimately your post-market activities anyway. And I think it's worth mentioning that it is worth building in some upfront planning into what those post-market data collection or registries or other real-world data sources could look like, and plan for upfront how those may facilitate future label expansion down the road. So I guess that is kind of my advice, is the earlier that you can plan for what your path looks like, knowing that those pediatric patient populations aren't necessarily going to be practical for study at initial release. I hate that I'm even saying that out loud, but that's where we are. But knowing you have a path and that you are thinking about device identification and capture of follow-up and avoiding enrollment biases in your post-market registries, all of those are incredibly foundational and set you up for success when it comes to future market expansion.
Yeah, no, that makes a ton of sense. And I think what's nice is that I think that kind of brings us full circle to, I think, Faraz, your comment about owning your data strategy. And it's sort of really, to me, what it says is your data strategy doesn't end when you get your market clearance. Your data strategy just expands and grows beyond that point.
Yeah, you just made a really great point. I mean, no one entity or facet of the data is enough to tell you about the entire journey. And I think you would set yourself up to fail if you think that you would be able to provide assurances, whether you're starting as a company or whether you're more mature, whether you're even a health system or a payer or anyone in the industry, that you have sort of the ability to control or provide this holistic view. So I think it is more realistic for you to set out with the goal of being nice, meaning make your data interoperable, make your data findable, reusable, and so that you can participate, ad hoc in whatever is the task is that we're trying to provide evidence or synthesize evidence for. But I do feel like it's sort of it is an illusion that we'll never find that we will have one platform to rule them all in terms of kind of having this 360 view or longitudinal view of a patient or journey.
Yeah. Yes, Bill.
If I can also follow up on something else that Corey mentioned around label expansion. I think there's a real challenge that is almost kind of like the elephant in the room in this entire discussion. And I agree with the words of Dr. Schwartz earlier today, talking about the difference between taking these early emerging devices and looking at how to be able to potentially either expand or at least get them through relative to pediatrics. But when you look at the existing devices that are on the market today, we have the ability to go into across all of our data sources, and we've got some tools that we've built, and we can automatically identify every pediatric use that is off label because the device is not indicated for pediatric use. We have a list. We have all of them, and out of the 15 major medical device manufacturers that are our clients, we have actually contacts directly with the owners of those devices. And we've actually gone to them with the list and said, hey, here's something we found. And they were like, oh, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know. We'll let you know if we want to actually, know about it. And so we have the ability, and these are devices that are being readily used for pediatrics. And, there's obviously a gap somewhere. And I'm not a regulatory or expert in the way we're interacting, but it seems like we need to find a way to give the manufacturers incentive to feel like they're not being put at risk, to be given a reasonably efficient process by which we can address the issue. Because these are not scenarios where the manufacturer has got to go develop and manufacture a different product. These are products that are being used every day in pediatrics, but simply are just not indicated for it. And so I think this is an area where we as a community really need to figure out what are the barriers that are preventing this, so that when we contact the manufacturers with this information, that they're welcoming of it and they see it as opportunity, not as risk. And I'm not sure what the answer is to it, but I think there's enough really intelligent brains in this room that we ought to be able to figure it out.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, and I think a lot of that has been, wonderful work with the team at OSEA, at CDRH, and with NEST of creating those that infrastructure and thinking about the right incentives and requirements to make this move forward. We're almost out of time, but I'd love to ask each of you to maybe leave our audience with maybe a last thought on something that I think all of you said and everyone here has said is collaboration. How does that? What more should we be doing? And maybe I'll start with you, Stefan, because obviously it's been a big part of your career. It's how we met working through KidsX together. So maybe if you want to leave our audience with one final thought on collaboration, then we'll go through around the panel.
As you heard from some of my colleagues here talk about in their remarks, that so much of it is happening in like collaboration and coordination. And O&C, like the C, what we call it the big C, is coordination. And we have a very small budget. We work across 40 federal agencies, including FDA, many others. And we don't have authority over a lot of them, right? But we have to do it in coordination and collaboration with them. That's just on the government side. And we also have to help interpret and coordinate externally. And it really does help when externally people are getting organized and are collaborating already, right? We don't have to go gather them or put out one RFI for feedback or, solicit a new opportunity and then try to find everybody in their dark corners and behind the rocks and say, come out into the light and work with us. We need your help. It's able to go to groups like NEST and others and CTIP or KidsX and others where there's already a community with an affinity around a certain topic area, whether it's medical devices for pediatrics or whether it's like nuanced data standards to support that, right? And that's a whole subculture, whatever, right? And they benefit from collaborating with each other even. They could find that, right? So there's a lot of efforts out there, collaboratives, both government is leading and helping to organize. There's a lot that are industry led. We love it when industry leads and gets going. Part of my job and my colleagues within O&C in our coordination role is to track all of that and to know who's doing what, where, and then sometimes to sit and observe, sometimes to actually actively engage. And it's so much easier to do it that way and then make sure we're pulling together those different groups, even if they are, to make sure at a minimum, they're aware of who's doing what, and hopefully that they're not competing or conflicting with each other, right? And we're developing industry level consensus on the best approaches going forward. And it's the hardest when like there is none of that already organizing an industry, and people like the ones that are here in the room aren't participating in those things and sharing their input. It's harder for us to start that from scratch every time. And sometimes we have to do that. Sometimes we have to say like, there's no activity in this space. It's been left behind. It's a huge barrier. FDA can't figure out how to properly evaluate it, or CMS doesn't know if they should or, pay for it, whatever it may be. And we have to like get people organized and start to figure out how to start, getting them all to work with each other. So really lean in when you do find these opportunities. And if you think that there's something that needs to be started and you don't see it, reach out and let us know if we should be helping to organize that. That happens very often. I've had payers and providers come to us and say, listen, we want to collaborate on infrastructure use cases for value-based care. And it's not the actual moving of the data. It's more a matter of like, how do we handle like the back office stuff of like identity management and consent and reliable routing with mediaries and without them, and things that don't deal with the actual data moving, but more like, okay, we're different stakeholders and I have a different way of how I handle consent management electronically, and like how do we sync these systems up, and we need government to organize that. And that led to the Fire at Scale Task Force, which was an offshoot of the Da Vinci Project. So lean in, identify when you think something needs to be organized, and don't hesitate to reach out to us. That's our role, is to help figure out, actually, there is something going on and we don't need to create it. You just weren't aware of it, and we can point you in that direction. Or we could say, you know what, we've been hearing that, and maybe we do need to invest in organizing and coordinating that. So
amazing. I appreciate that, Stephen. I am getting the played off music on the Oscar, so unfortunately we'll call it there. I want to say thank you so much to all four of our incredible panelists, Faraz, Corey, Bill, and Stefan. It's been wonderful sharing this time with you, getting to know all of you from months to years. It's really been a pleasure, and I'm excited to continue to work together. For our audience, we are going to take our 15-minute break now, so we will meet back in this room at 2:15 p.m. Central Time for those of us joining us online. At 2:15, we'll start right on time for our CTIP demo day. We're going to have 5 of our CTIP companies who are going to be pitching here. So please, we have some snacks outside. Take a moment, take a break, and we will see you back in here in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. For the folks online, thank you for joining us again. We're going to start with our demo day. So for the CTIP companies who are going to be presenting, this is our on-deck chair. So come on down and hang out when you're ready to go. Madison, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Juan. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry to steal you back from the networking break, but we have some really cool stuff lined up, so I promise we'll make it worth your while. I'm super honored to be moderating this year's demo day. My name is Madison Christmas. I am the Program Associate of Investment and Growth at CTIP, which means that I support our portfolio companies with fundraising, business development. I will help with like fundraising preparedness and strategy, as well as managing our relationships with capital partners and our investor advisory board. So you've heard a little bit about CTIP earlier in the programming, but to talk a little bit more about our portfolio, we support about a little over 100 active devices in our portfolio, and we're actively growing. We accept companies on a rolling basis. The majority of our companies come in at the prototype stage, seed stage funding. However, we support devices from concept through commercial use across all of the pediatric subpopulations, clinical specialties, and device pathways. I also wanted to point out, we have some impact reports at our CTIP booth. But one thing that CTIP has been able to demonstrate in sort of tracking our portfolio metrics over the last several years is that CTIP and joining CTIP in our portfolio is a catalyst for fundraising progression. Since joining the portfolio, funds have nearly doubled, if not more, since joining and being a part of CTIP and taking advantage of our resources, services, and network.
I want to take a quick intermission also to highlight a new opportunity that we are launching for CTIP portfolio companies. This past year, we began rolling out road mapping sessions with new admits to our portfolio, but we're now going to be engaging some of our vendors in this initiative as well. CTIP works with over 200 vendors that are dedicated experts in commercializing pediatric devices, and 3 of them are going to be partnering with us on this engagement. So these road mapping sessions, we meet with companies to discuss their current milestones, their commercialization pathway, and identifying points in which expert guidance and advisory support may be helpful. So the 3 vendor sponsors that are here today are Superior Medical Experts, Cedarware, and Ontogen MedTech. I encourage you all to go check out their tables in the exhibitor hall. They support companies on device design, prototyping, manufacturing, grant writing, regulatory consulting, business consulting, and more. So if you are one of the startups in the room, I highly recommend you go and speak to them and see how they may be of support to your company. But we're super excited to be partnering with them on this engagement to support our portfolio companies and their journey to commercialization. So as I mentioned, we have about 100 active portfolio members within the CTIP portfolio, and we're going to be hearing from 5 of them today. I won't say too much about them now because they're all going to have the opportunity to present, but I will say that they're all doing amazing work for kids, and they've had some really exciting milestones to share with you all today. So here's a little quick shout out to them before they come on and have their little solo moment. But I do want to give our panel of judges the opportunity to introduce themselves. We have a stellar lineup of investors from venture funds to accelerator programs. And we'll start off with maybe John, and then we can work our way down. But if you guys don't mind, just introducing yourself to the room briefly, just like name, your organization, and what you do. And then we'll keep pushing. But maybe turn around so they can see you.
Hi, I'm John Parker out of Boston, Massachusetts. I am an investor focused on children's health. So I run 2 different portfolios. One is out of a foundation in Boston called the Charles Hood Foundation. We are an 84-year-old family foundation that supports pediatric researchers in New England. But for the last 10 years, we have also made pre-seed and seed investments in pediatric startups across drugs, devices, and digital health. And a couple of years ago, I spun out a for-profit fund based on the deal flow I was seeing in the space to do a little later stage, so sort of seed A, also same sectors, but just focused on pediatrics. So excited to be here, and what a just great day. Thank you all for listening to us up here.
Hey everyone, I'm Brandon Rosenhan. I'm a critical care doctor turned entrepreneur and now venture capitalist. Med Mountain Ventures is a Salt Lake City and Bay Area based firm. We do pre-seed seed, and we do anything from medical devices to digital health to services, anything software, but we don't do therapeutics. So happy to be here and exciting to see a number of these companies I've already seen and think are great.
Hi, everyone. My name is Monica Vajani. I'm the Executive Director of the MedTech Accelerator at MHub Ventures. We invest in pre-seed and seed stage medical device companies, and a few of the portfolio companies here at CTIP have been through our program that I run. Madison Scientific, Pomp Plug, and Inspire, I believe, are all part of the broader portfolio. MHub Ventures is a part of a broader medtech ecosystem called MHub, which is designed to help early stage entrepreneurs commercialize their physical products. So we work in medtech, energy, as well as smart manufacturing, and we have an 80,000 square foot space here in Chicago in the West Loop. So if you haven't been there, I encourage you guys to take a look.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dimitra Georgianopoulou. I am the general partner of Cora Ventures, which is an early pre-seed seed investment fund. And we invest primarily in early pre-seed seed technologies out of universities in the life sciences, therapeutics, health tech, and for medtech and diagnostics, we actually have invested in the MHub fund. So any diagnostic companies in the area, please see MHub. But I'm also for this year the SECM chair for a critical care medicine incubator in San Diego in March. So any companies that are in critical care, please come and see me. We can tell you how you can get involved in that. Looking forward to this.
Thank you. Without further ado, I will invite our first company up, Maguro Surgical, to pitch. As a reminder, you have 5 minutes for your pitch, and then we'll transition to 5 minutes of Q&A. Good afternoon, everyone. And so excited to share the work that we're doing at Maguro Surgical. A little bit of background about me. I'm a pediatric urologist and also CEO and co-founder of Maguro Surgical, where we're bringing a breakthrough magnetic technology for complete kidney stone clearance in pediatric patients. So kidney stones are a lifelong problem, and they pose a recurrence that happens many times. And when it happens in kids, it's a long lifespan ahead of them. In addition, there's a lot of disparities in children that are increasing that incidence more than any other population. They have more genetic predispositions, a longer lifespan for recurrences, increased issues with urinary stasis due to other anatomical issues, and then decreased ureteral sizes that make kidney stone surgery more challenging. Right now, about 80,000 kids have surgery for kidney stones every year. And of those patients, 40% still have residual fragments left behind at the end of any procedure. These residual fragments serve as a nidus for additional stone formation, and you're 9 times as likely to have another kidney stone episode if you have residual fragments left behind. So that's a big lifetime recurrence rate. Current ureteroscopy tools are not sufficient in treating the fragments that are left behind. So normally you go in with a scope, you get to the stone, break it up with a laser, but the issue is what do you do with all those residual fragments? Right now, your stone free rates are around 60% with current technologies, and newer innovations that are trying to be built to improve this, specifically aspiration technologies, are really targeting the adult population due to size constraints. So where we've come in here with Maguro Surgical is to fix this problem and improve kidney stone free rates. So what we do is first magnetize the kidney stone fragments with a 2-part magnetic coating solution, which you can see here in this video. On the left side, you're going to see the aerial view. On the right side, you're going to see the surgeon view. So these are all fragmented with a laser, human kidney stone fragments. We inject the 2-part magnetic solution through a dual lumen injection catheter through the working channel of any size ureteroscope. After it is going to fall directly onto the stones, it interacts ionically and magnetizes those stones instantaneously. After that's done, you remove that dual lumen catheter and come in with the magnetic retrieval tool. This magnetic retrieval tool works with a series of magnets that are aligned so you can actually capture fragments along the entire perimeter of the magnetic component. And in addition, we have also incorporated a basket to allow for a net that can stop any stone fragments from falling off on the way out and also capture or reposition larger stone fragments. This is our Gen 2 design that shows the removal of fragments along with the basket in front. This can be incorporated with any kind of basket that's currently on the market. So with that, we have a solution that's really a win-win across the board for all stakeholders. For patients and payers, you're getting a more complete kidney stone surgery. For urologists that are doing these surgeries, you're allowing them to do a better job. You're democratizing the skill set, so you're not sending people to specialized pediatric urologists that do only kidney stones, but every urologist can do these. And for hospital value committees, it's something that integrates into current workflow, no capital equipment, and it's one device that kind of treats any stone fragment size. So it works from sub-millimeter up to 4-millimeter stone fragment sizes. So most of our work to date has been done exclusively with non-dilutive funding. We're now raising our seed round, of which we've completed about 75% of that round as well. But with the non-dilutive funding, we've been able to get to our Gen 2 design freeze. That is what we'll be taking to our first in human clinical trial. We've shown safety and efficacy on the benchtop in our GLP animal studies, which is in pigs, agreed upon with the FDA. We've done a lot of human factors testing with several urologists and positive feedback. We've developed a patent portfolio protecting all components of the device, which has been now licensed out of Stanford University. We have breakthrough device designation with the FDA that's helped with several sprint discussions and agreement on our first in human protocol. And we've also used that to help open up the reimbursement process. There's a code that already covers this, which we could fold into, but if we want to increase reimbursement to drive adoption, that is on the table as well.
So overall, the market in the pediatric space is about 56 million when we think about all the ureteroscopy surgeries at an ASP of about 1,000. That's using the current coding. But we also have the opportunity to expand to the whole adult market, and that's in a graded fashion based on all our interviews with urologists in the academic and private setting. And with that, you think about those that are larger stones than 6 millimeters that are going to break into several fragments, and specifically surgeons that are using some form of active retrieval right now. So that's what gets us to that 1.2 billion sum. So right now we are expecting about 12 million to reach our commercial launch. And with that, we have a 4 million seed round that will get us through our first in human clinical trial. That'll start at the end of this year into early next year. That puts us in a great position to raise our Series A, supporting the pivotal study. And I'm supported here by my whole team, and look forward to any questions.
Thank you so much for that. I'll now help moderate the Q&A. Do you have a question first?
Yeah, I have the questions. I have the microphone. Explain to me, and I know this is a pediatric conference, but why would you first start in pediatrics and then expand to adults and then not do a dual thing?
We are doing. Can you hear me? Okay. We are doing a dual approach with that. The market penetration in pediatrics is higher because there are no other devices there. So we are approaching this. We've talked to the FDA about this as well. Our first in human will be in adults 18 and above. So that already opens the indication from 12 to 21. And they've agreed that we can extrapolate efficacy data down to pediatrics because you need a CT scan. And in kids, I never get a CT scan for surgery, only ultrasound. So the efficacy data has to come from adults. And then we can show smaller populations for safety to get that pediatric side.
Question about the technology, the gel itself. Have you looked at any other applications or indications that might expand your market?
Yes, we have looked at other indications, and we are actually applying for SBIR funds to look at those other indications. In orthopedics for bony fragments, which is actually uniquely in pediatric orthopedics, and then for gallstones as well. Those are kind of the primary ones, but we've kept the opportunities open for any bodies, loose bodies that can be removed from the body.
Awesome. Thank you.
I don't have any questions. Great job. I've also seen this before, so.
Just educate me a little bit because I don't know the procedure well, but how is this comparing to the current procedure and the workflow and with the physicians the surgeons who are doing this?
Yes. It folds in really well with current workflow. So you go in still with the camera, break up the stone with the laser, kind of how you see here. And then right now you have the option of using a basket where you're grabbing one piece at a time through the working channel, or dusting and trying to leave those pieces and hope they pass. So what we're doing is working through that same working channel. It's very common to inject contrast, same way that we're injecting this magnetic coating. And then the retrieval tool is similar to the basket concept. And so that's where we wanted to purposefully build it. So no new training needed.
I did think of a question. With the basket, there's a lot of other products that are very similar. What do you think the IP landscape looks like for that?
So basket really doesn't hold an IP landscape at this point. I mean, there's majority of them already on the market. So our key is not that we added a basket. It can work with any basket. It's more that the know-how of the magnetic component and that you can have the basket integrated.
Great answer. Thank you.
Any other questions up here?
That's one more thing. Okay, so tell us a bit more about like the value proposition one more time, like the CT scan part. I don't know enough about this. Like, what is it that you can do that the others cannot do, and why haven't the others gone into pediatrics? Because of the CT scan again? Why haven't the other existing kidney stone devices done?
So the CT scan is to show that we are clearing all the stone fragments. So that's kind of considered a very objective endpoint, 30 days after surgery, getting a CT scan. So that's something that even other kidney stone devices have used. In current practice, people on the adult side, they have started using CT scans, but some people still use ultrasound and X-ray. On the pediatric side, we use ultrasound before and after just to estimate stone size, but we don't want to expose kids to unnecessary radiation. So what we're doing differently is facilitating the ease of removal, because you're getting all size fragments. So you're magnetizing everything together, and then you can grab stone fragments of all sizes. When you're currently using a basket to just get one piece at a time, it's extremely tedious and challenging. So what happens in real practice is you're leaving a lot behind.
But the kid still needs to be under, like what happens, what's their workflow? What's the clinical workflow? The kid comes in, then he goes under anesthesia or like?
Yes, so this is a surgery that's under anesthesia. They're put to sleep and you do ureteroscopy. So you go in with a camera into the bladder and then into the ureter up to the kidney stone. You break that stone up with a laser, and then the issue now is how do you get all the pieces that you've created by breaking that stone up? So current modalities that have been going on for years still have poor stone-free rates. So even after doing the surgery, you tell the patient, I think we got everything out, but they actually have residual fragments in 40% of cases. So our target is, that's the need that we're trying to improve.
All right, thank you.
I have one last question for you, Kunj. Oh, do you have a last question? What is one of the biggest challenges that you're anticipating in being able to actually bring this to market and into the hands of clinicians? And how are you thinking about addressing that now?
Great question. So I think that urology in and of itself as a field is very much by gut feeling sometimes when it comes to surgical tools and techniques. And so we are gearing ourselves towards having the correct data. I think, like I said, the pediatric space, it's much clearer because there's not a lot of options out there. In the adult market, we really have to target and adapt as there's new technologies coming. A lot of what we've been able to do with 3 urology founders, we have 3 urologists and then a chemist that were our founding team, is have those conversations up front, get those clinical trial sites and be strategic in who we're including, some academic sites, some private practice sites. So you can tackle it from both sides because there's really 2 different almost mindsets when you're trying to get to market.
Thank you so much, Kunj. That was fantastic. I'm now going to introduce Gina Kelly, who will be presenting on behalf of OtoNexus Medical Technologies. And yeah, I will let you take it away.
Hi, my name is Gina Kelly. I'm the Chief Product Officer for OtoNexus Medical Technologies, and I'm here today to introduce the Novoscope, which is the first AI-enabled ultrasound otoscope to identify bacterial middle ear infections in just a few seconds. So otitis media, very common problem, but it still remains one of the unsolved clinical problems in pediatric care. Middle ear infections are the number 1 reason for antibiotics in children, the number 1 reason for surgery in children, the number 1 reason for hearing loss in children, and the number 2 reason why children visit the emergency department. It results in 18 million doctor visits every year, and the cost to the healthcare system with direct and indirect costs is approximately $14 billion. So this is a huge problem for our healthcare system. So let's just take a quick show of hands. How many people here have had a middle ear infection, or your children have had middle ear infections? All right, so like every hand in the room goes up, that shows how ubiquitous this problem is. So the diagnostic challenges and the gap in addressing this issue is that mostly today we're using devices that are decades old. Really, we're using an otoscope, which is really a light and a magnifying glass, and we're doing a visual interpretation of the surface of the tympanic membrane. So because the appearance of middle ear infections can change from child to child, there is a lot of diagnostic uncertainty for physicians when they are looking at this particular issue. And a lot of, just to be safe, physicians will prescribe antibiotics, maybe just as a watchful waiting measure, but there is an issue with overprescription of antibiotics for this particular issue. So at this point, we really do need an objective technology, not a subjective technology, that can accurately identify bacterial middle ear infections. So why now? Why are we taking on this challenge right now? Well, at this point, we do have the AI capability and the ultrasound signal processing capability to identify subtle patterns in the ultrasound waveforms that we can detect from the middle ear. We've developed a whole new CMUT technology with ultrasound, and we've miniaturized an ultrasound transducer to fit into the tip of this speculum. The other reason that this is a good time to tackle this issue is because of antibiotic stewardship. Hospitals are being asked to really apply these systems because of the overuse of antibiotics. So they're trying to reduce unnecessary antibiotic prescribing. Also, we've also just been accepted into the FDA STEP program. So this is a good time for us to work with the FDA to bring this technology to market. And as we all know, there's increasing patient volumes at our hospitals, and trying to have a tool that is diagnostic and efficient will make a big difference in addressing this issue. So the Novoscope is, as I said, the first and only AI-enabled through-air ultrasound otoscope, and it can provide within less than 2 seconds, with a one-button push, it identifies 3 middle ear states. First, is there fluid? Yes or no? And if there is fluid, is it non-bacterial fluid or is it bacterial fluid? And the device, as you can see, is designed just like an otoscope. So it's designed for primary care. So there's no change to the current workflow. And the results are pushed or transferred to the EMR, which also decreases their charting time. We've partnered with 14 clinical prestigious institutions. We're working with 20 different investigators. We've evaluated over 4,600 ears, and we also have a children's hospital that's an investor and launch partner. Our early clinical results were presented at the AAO, HNSFF in 2024, and in that study, we showed a 92% sensitivity for bacterial fluid and a 91% specificity. Why do we have a market advantage? Well, we are the only device that can identify the presence and type of fluid, and we can do this in an objective way. We just give an answer. There's no interpretation of ultrasound. We also have a technology advantage in that we have a proprietary AI and ultrasound technology, and our technology is protected by over 111 issued patents at this time. So the market opportunity for us, the way we're going to start, we're going to focus first with the clinical partners that we're already working with. And we're also going to work with the Children's Hospital investor, which is also going to be a launch partner for us. And we do have physicians who are champions for us in this particular issue. Thank you. So our serviceable market is all physicians basically who use an otoscope at this time. So that could be potentially about 340,000 physicians that use this exam. And with just 7,000 clinicians adopting this, we could see an annual revenue of $272 million, and that would just be less than 5% of our total addressable market. And I think that's my time.
Thank you, Gina. I know you have a few more slides, so maybe they'll get addressed during the Q&A.
Okay.
But do we have someone that has questions first? John, here, pass the mic.
Thanks. Thanks. That was a good presentation. Thank you. I know you talked about sort of being the only company doing it, or exactly what you're doing, but there are other companies out there doing diagnostics in the ear and different things. Can you just talk a little bit about the competitive landscape, and not just sort of that you're the only, but why are you different? Why are you going to win in this space with some of the other companies that are going after this market? Because it is a fairly decent sized market that people want to get into.
It is. Yeah. How we're different is the technologies that exist today can detect fluid. There are technologies that can detect fluid, like OCT and tympanometry can detect fluid. But physicians want us to go to the next step and say, well, what type of fluid is that? It's great, we know that there's fluid there, but how do we use that as a treatment decision? So if we can tell them that it's bacterial fluid, then they know, okay, antibiotics may be appropriate. If it's non-bacterial fluid, then they're going to take a different course.
All right. So how long has the company been around?
Say again?
How long has the company been around? Like, how old is the company?
Yeah. We were founded in 2010 by an ENT surgeon and a physicist, but the company really got going in about 2015.
Okay.
But we started to really say, okay, this is ideal. We can take
Okay, that explains the 111 issued patents. And then what do you do with CERAMENT? Like, if there's a lot of earwax, does it work through that?
No, you have to clean out the earwax. Just like any other technology, you would have to clean out the earwax to actually see. Now, you don't have to completely fill it out. We've discovered that if we have about 50% visualization of the tympanic membrane and we can get the ultrasound beam to the middle ear, we can get a reading.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just a quick question about a different group that would be essentially parents that would be trying to solve problems at home and trying to figure out if their child has an ear infection.
Mm-hmm.
Have you talked to a lot of parents and kind of the solutions that they're using today to decide if they even want to go to the doctor? Like, I just think about.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about it.
Yeah.
Those tools are there to decide if they want to go to the doctor, and they can obviously link up with telemedicine as well and use those tools to visualize to say, yeah, you probably should come in and take a look at that. So I think that's a great tool, but we're really focused on the hospital systems where there's going to be a decision made about antibiotic use or not. Now, in the future, we do have it on our roadmap that we would do a consumer device. It would be very much like this in form factor. We would just need to shrink it down because you don't need a battery that lasts for 2 days. And, we could make it much simpler to use.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I had a question about your economics. So I saw the disposable piece is very clear to me. I get it how you would make money for this. The CPT code that you have there, the clinician total, is it his money or your money?
That's the revenue coming to us.
So the 30 something.
Yeah, exactly. That would be just an estimate of how much revenue would be generated. Most of the revenue really is driven by the tip. I didn't mention that, sorry. The tip here is a disposable tip.
Yeah, I saw that in your numbers. Can you put the number?
So that's really driving the revenue of the organization is the disposable tip revenue.
Can you go back to that slide with the numbers with the 39K or 35K total? There. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So every exam that they do you know the CPT code behind this?
Say again, please. I haven't heard.
Every exam that they do, what is the CPT code that allows you to get whatever number percentage that is? Maybe it's around 100? 10?
There is no existing CPT code at this point. We are going through the AMA process, and we are going to be applying for, we're in the process right now of applying for category 3. We've just submitted that application in June. So we're going through that. So this is based on the tip revenue. So if they used a tip, that we would sell them that tip for $9.95, and that's how I would generate this number here. That's how the company is generating revenue. I didn't calculate how the physicians are making money. This is how the company is making revenue.
How much total capital has the company raised to date?
Approximately 60 million.
60 million. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 60 million. You're raising 40 million?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, I can continue that. What are you using the 40 million for?
So our pivotal study for the FDA is coming up. We'll be using it for that. We're continuing to refine our AI algorithm. We'll use it for our FDA submission. Most of this is going to be used for manufacturing scale up so that we can be ready to do a national distribution, and then obviously set up our sales and commercial teams as well. So we have manufacturing for the device itself and then manufacturing for the tip.
Did you mention any distribution partners?
We're going to set up our own sales team.
Okay.
Yeah. And the way we're setting it up is a salesperson accompanied by a clinical person.
That's all the time we have, unfortunately, but thank you so much, Gina. I will now invite Parth Amin from Eysz to present.
Thank you, Madison. My name is Parth Amin. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Eysz, where we believe every child deserves the opportunity to reach their full potential. Yet today, millions of children fall through the cracks because frontline pediatricians are equipped only with subjective questionnaires to evaluate brain conditions. At Eysz, we unlock the potential by providing an objective biometric lens into these conditions that questionnaires and the human eye miss. The U.S. Surgeon General notes 1 in 5 kids face neurobehavioral conditions, with 80% of parents reporting overlapping symptoms. Questionnaires mask neurological issues like absence seizures. This leaves 60,000 frontline pediatricians without objective tools, forcing them to triage on subjective data, contributing to a 12-month specialist backlog. The result, 1 in 5 kids with ADHD are misdiagnosed, 4 in 5 EEGs are unnecessary, and society pays a $33 billion tax. Eysz solves this by transforming smartphones into FDA-authorized point-of-care diagnostic platform. Children complete gamified tests while our software analyzes biometrics such as eye movements and facial metrics. We've built Eysz on $5 million in capital, backed by $3 million in non-dilutive funds from the NIH and NSF, and a $2 million pre-seed led by UCB Pharma. The capital powered our clinical validation, where our platform demonstrated 100% sensitivity and 91% specificity against gold standard video EEG, earning us the AAP's 2025 Product Innovation Award. We validated real-world impact across primary care practices in Alabama. We cut specialist wait times to child neurology by 97% from 9 months to less than a week. We increased diagnostic yield of EEGs 7-fold from 4 out of 6 abnormal EEGs compared to the historical 1 in 10. Most importantly, across 370 routine ADHD evaluations and MedCheck visits, we helped pediatricians catch 4 cases of absence seizures that would have otherwise been missed. We size our market bottom up based on B2B software licenses. Our core offering starts with an annual site license between $2K and $6K, averaging $4K per practice. Across 12,000 US pediatric clinics, this gives us an immediate SAM of $48 million, targeting a year 3 SOM of $1.1 million. Adding ADHD, mood screening, and remote monitoring expands our annual contract value to $25K, driving our beachhead TAM to $300 million. Scaling into 50,000 adult primary care behavioral peak practices at $35K unlocks a $1.7 billion market opportunity, leveraging established CPT codes. While our focus is the provider market, we are proving a dual revenue engine in our provider channel. We've generated $19,000 in ARR, with pediatricians confirming workflow integration and ROI. Simultaneously, in our pharma market, we've secured a $100,000 real-world data project from UCB Pharma, who's looking to leverage our longitudinal biometric data to accelerate new therapies. Our financial engine is built on a capacity-driven SaaS subscription model, complemented by pharma data monetization. Recurring provider revenue is directly driven by our sales pods, which include an account executive, a customer success specialist, and an offshore VA. In year one active pod scales us to 18 paid clinics, generating $48,000 in ARR. Oh, wow. Reaching $120,000 total revenue with pharma. In year 2 pods expands us to 68 clinics for $250,000 in ARR. And by year 3, 5 pods scales us to delivering $1.1 million in ARR. Our founding team brings the exact domain authority required to execute. Rachel brings clinical and research expertise over a decade as a medical director of pediatric epilepsy at UCSF Benioff Children's. I bring 20 years of scaling and commercializing medical devices at Siemens and Varian Medical Systems. Jit brings 20 years of signal processing expertise, building defense-grade AI algorithms for the U.S. Navy. We are raising a $500,000 bridge round to achieve go-to-market fit. Momentum is strong, led by a pending enterprise contract with a top 10 IDN representing 200+ clinics, a de-risked FDA-authorized platform with demonstrated reimbursement. This capital is going to unlock our next growth milestones, scaling to $250K in recurring revenue and securing $200,000 new pharma project revenue. 70% of the funds will be used to deploy our commercial sales pod, 20% supports operation alongside our NIH grant, and 10% covers legal and compliance expenses. I'd like to thank CTIP for their continued support and for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Parth. So tell me, what's the regulatory status? What's your strategy and where you are with your regulatory strategy?
So for our initial application, it's an FDA Class 1. For the AI models that we're still training, it will most likely be a de novo unless the other company that's in breakthrough device designation comes out, then there'll be a predicate.
If you're Class 1, what is your label? What would be your indications of use?
For our first application, it was just for ruling out absence seizures. It's allowing them for clinicians to perform supervised HVs and for review by a provider. So it's a communications device right now. We have a human reader reviewing the videos.
So the indication of use is for what? For diagnosis or for monitoring?
For screening for absence seizures as part of ADHD evaluations.
For screening. And then what's the connection with epilepsy?
So absence seizures are subtle seizures that mimic ADHD and actually co-occur with ADHD. In the general population, so child absence epilepsy happens in age 4 to 12. The general prevalence is 1 in 1,000. But when you look at the ADHD population, it's 1 in 179. And right now, pediatricians do not have a very effective way for ruling out absence seizures, both as a alternative to ADHD or as a co-occurring condition to ADHD. So many of the kids with absence seizures are managed in the ADHD framework. And there's literature showing if you actually catch these kids early, you can alter their natural history so that they're less likely to develop convulsive seizures or refractory epilepsy later on in life.
Kind of a picky question, but you on your slide you had 97% decrease. I'm like, you didn't probably. How many data points did you have? Say the reduction of clinical
About the wait
visits?
time?
Yeah, time to wait time.
Yeah, so Children's of Alabama is the only game in town in the state of Alabama, and they've actually embraced this. So they actually created an expedited referral pathway for pediatricians that are using our solution. And so when there is a positive screen, they'll expedite that appointment. And so we've been just tracking it with
Yeah, so what was like the denominator? 97 is very specific. Denominator of like how they measured like.
We went from, I mean, it was 9 months on average to a week. So we just took, is that right? 97% of 9 months is a week.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Okay. There might be a rounding error in there.
Explain to me a little bit about how you're going to sell this product into the clinics. Who's making the buying decision around this? So you've got sort of a broader ADHD story, which is becoming a very competitive space with a lot of stuff. May not be as good as what you've got, but there's a lot of incoming with people looking at digital health tools around mental and behavioral health and ADHD. But then you've got this narrower market around the epilepsy where you may be able to get something very specific for people. How are you balancing that and selling this into those different groups and motivating somebody to put cash on the table with you guys for that?
Yeah, so let's start with the general pediatricians who are our primary target. So the ADHD guidelines say that ADHD is a diagnosis of exclusion. So pediatricians are supposed to be ruling out alternative causes that could affect the diagnosis and rule out co-occurring conditions that could affect the treatment pathway. There's a lot of other conditions as well. There's validated scales for those other conditions. There's no validated scale or questionnaire for absence seizures. So that's one of our entry points because the ADHD guidelines actually mentions absence seizures as something that needs to be ruled out, but there's no effective way to rule it out right now. Now, the other thing about child absence epilepsy why we're studying this population is because they also have a high co-occurrence with depression and anxiety. One of our medical advisors was actually misdiagnosed as an 8-year-old girl with anxiety. Her underlying condition was absence seizures. So if you look at mental health, a lot of these things are linked to like epilepsy, to ADHD, because they all happen in the same part of the brain. But there's not a good way to decouple these etiologies just by using questionnaires and by relying on parents to try to differentiate. And so we've actually got a phase 2 NSF study, which we completed, where we're looking at an attention screening app and a mood screening app that also looks at eye movement and facial metrics, but those are still being analyzed as well. So we're trying to build a broad-based platform that uses objective data to supplement these paper-based questionnaires. Did that answer the question?
So it leads into another, and I'm thinking, so who's benefits the most financially from this diagnosis when you get it? And that's going to drive some of your buying decision. And who is it? Is it the pediatrician's office? How do they benefit? Is it the payer? Is the family? Who's going to ultimately drive the decision here based on that?
So pediatricians are the buyers in the general practices. When you look at a health system, they're looking at quality metrics for reducing wait times. The specialist, because each of these screening applications are going to be validated for home use. And so the specialist will now have a way to assess treatment response versus relying on self-reported data for these conditions. So there's going to be a benefit for the specialists, the pediatricians within the health system, and just general pediatrics as well to get expedited referrals.
That's all the time we have. Thank you so much, Parth. I'm now welcoming Ray from Biomotum to present next.
Hi, everybody. ready to break. We're going to talk about walking now. So a little bit of physical activity is needed. So at Biomotum, we believe, I'm the co-founder and CEO, by the way, better walking leads to better lives. So we're building wearable robots that patients want to wear and, equally as importantly, clinicians want to use. And that's because there are 400 million people globally who struggle to walk. They can, but they don't walk as well as they would like. And improving that walking function generally requires gait training by a physical therapist. And to provide you some context, 2 miles per hour is considered a functional walking speed that leads to independence and improved quality of life. So that's a target for many people. But 65% of individuals, even with access to physical therapy, never achieve that walking speed. And that's because functional recovery requires thousands of meaningful steps. And that's hard to do in the current paradigms because there's not an engagement between the patient and the therapist, and the delivery of care is inefficient. So we've built the Biomotum Spark, which is a powered ankle assist device that immediately improves each step, which patients love. It provides power to the ankle joint during the stance phase and push off, and you'll see that in a moment, and dorsiflexion assistance during swing. Our control algorithm is unique, and then it provides assistance in real time that changes in real time. It can be used in a variety of different conditions, including treadmill, overground, stairs, ramps, uneven surfaces, and the device collects objective evidence that can be used to support its use. This is one of our employees walking with the device, so it actually is real. You can see it out on the tables outside. The device is actually helping them push off and lift the foot during swing, and it can be used unilaterally, bilaterally, and the controls for stance and swing are entirely independent. This is a video of a child who used the device for 4 weeks in one of our clinical studies. This is pre and post. They're not using the device in either video. And you can see after 12 sessions of using the device for 10 to 20 minutes per session, they're able to increase their walking speed, self-selected, from 1.1 to 1.8 miles per hour. We've seen this over 3 million steps that show rapid and sustained gains, including walking speed, endurance, coordination, and better mechanics. And that's really through one simple thing. It's a very, very effective dose of training in a short period of time. We've chronicled this in 45 peer-reviewed publications, and we've been successful in receiving 9 patents for the work to date. So on our market size, we're starting with ambulatory neuro patients who already receive PT. These markets are both pediatric and adult, and I'll focus really on the SAM. There's about 1.5 neurologic patients receiving physical therapy in Europe, North America, and Australia, which are our key markets. And our 5-year total segment obtainable revenue, or serviceable obtainable market size, is approximately 110 million, focused on high census neurologic rehab clinics like the ones shown below. Clinics will buy the device or lease the device from us. We have value adds in terms of software and mobility intelligence algorithms that are proprietary. And then our product roadmap, we start in clinics. Our customers are the rehab centers. We move into home DME as a home rehab solution that extends the rehab journey. And then we're also working on a powered orthoses device for individuals who will need lifetime assistance with a device like this. We've been in conversations, very productive conversations over the years with the FDA. That includes a breakthrough device designation. Our clinic first designation allows us to get in and build evidence for broader indications and intended uses, and we'll use that to expand our pathway. So we have significant demand with very little outreach. We've got 30 pilot partners who are ready to try the devices. We're scheduling demos. Yesterday, I was at Shirley Ryan Ability Lab, which has been a long-term partner of ours, as has Gillette Children's. We've got a partnership with Hanger Clinic to work on the future versions, and we have a contract manufacturer. We've earned nearly $1 million in revenue by selling devices to research partners around the world, and NIH has been a significant supporter of our work to date, as has $2 million in private capital. Zach and I have been working together for 15 years. My background is in movement science, product innovation, including stints at Nike, and I've been involved in 4 startups in a leadership capacity. And Zach is, by many, many estimates, probably one of the leading people in the global rehabilitation robotics landscape. So we're seeking capital and pediatric rehab partners. I'd love to speak with you. Right now, we have a product that's complete. You can see it on the tables outside. We're looking to raise $1 million in capital, pilot partners, or if you're a strategic partner that's interested in working with us, I'd love to talk to you. What that allows us to do is convert the pilots to revenue by deploying systems across these clinics, having an adoption playground, and pediatric reference sites. I'm not sure I look forward to the questions from the panel, but I'll take them now. Thank you very much. This is kind of a tough group.
Thank you, Ray. That was awesome. I'll pass it over to our investor judges.
A presentation. I wanted to ask about the 1750 number that you talked about in terms of net revenue to the patient or per patient. Can you just break that down and talk about how you got to that?
The back here. Let me just go back from the here.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a really good question. Net revenue per patient. So we sell devices to clinics, but we won't capture. So that's only one part. So as the product roadmap goes to DME and then goes to powered orthoses, not everybody that's in clinic actually will receive those subsequent devices. So what we've done is we've modeled the estimated revenue costs associated with that decreasing population that goes from in clinic to at home. And that's so from a device cost, we expect to capture about between $1,500 and $2,500 in revenue per patient.
My question was regulatory, but let's go back to the commercial part. So what's happening? So what is the software revenue from? Like, and do you have, like, how many devices do you sell to a clinic? Is it like 10 sizes, size 2?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the device is modular. So in a busy high throughput clinic, you might have 2 or 3, although you can see we have multiple, it's modular. So you can assemble it for any size patient with one device. So it's designed to use in the clinics that Don is in Dawson is on in less than 3 minutes. So it's easy for them to use. So that answers the question in regards to sort of multiple, some clinics, for example, may have as many as 5 devices.
But then, like, in the morning, John uses it, then Demetra, then Brandon, then Monica. So one device will be 5 people a day, or?
It could be, yeah. And in a clinic, but we only receive the revenue from the clinic from the sale of the device. So we're not gathering any.
And what's the software part?
Software part is we have what's called the mobile intelligence engine. So it's a way to quantify the activities. We have things like the simple things like the duration of the trial, number of steps, but we also have some proprietary indicators, a symmetry index, a gait quality score, an ankle power output score that really, and then are related to functional outcomes.
And what's the cost of goods for the device like this?
The COGS right now is about $5,000 USD, although the contract manufacturer electromechanical devices are becoming quite inexpensive. It'll be under $1,000.
And now for my question, what's your regulatory strategy?
Yeah, so we're starting in clinic. We feel like this is a low risk with the indication of it supports activity. So if somebody's been recommended through the physical therapy to engage in walking as a part of their training, it's a physical activity aid, which means it's a piece of powered exercise equipment with a BXP Class 1 designation. Yes, 510K exempt. When we get into devices going home, it's a different story. We've already talked to FDA, and that's a Class 2 510K required. Yep.
Thanks, Ryan. Good presentation. Help me understand a little bit about the clinic buying this. Why they're going to buy it.
Yeah.
Is it an economic story for them? Are they attracting more customers? What sort of whether it's with numbers or something else, what is the ROI to the group that's buying this from you? Over time?
Great question. Early rehab in neuro rehab and gait training in particular is hard. Patients are not engaged. It's difficult, and it's difficult for the therapist. This is a device that makes that first visit really engaging because the patient all of a sudden can do things that they could not do before they put the device on. So that's number one. Higher engagement leads to higher referrals. Patients go back to the neurologist and say, I've been using this really cool device. I'm getting much better. That drives reputation of rehab, which is a very competitive space. So that's one thing. The second thing is that we've modeled the increase in revenue. There's a higher CPT code because you're doing neuromuscular re-education as opposed to traditional gait training. So that's a second. It's not a lot, but it's $5 to $10 per 15-minute service interval that they can gain. They can also use PT aides or assistants rather than PTs. That's a less expensive use of staff while they're doing this because the device is doing some of the work that would require staff. Yeah, so we see a revenue upside of about $25K per device per year, depending on utilization. That's the money that the clinic makes, and that's really that's a low conservative estimate of the ROI, and that does not include the upside of a very, very busy clinic needing to having to hire more staff, and each PT generates about $250K for a clinic.
Hey, great job. How soon do you think you can get it home to patients? And will they have to go through the physical therapist, or could you get it directly to the consumer through a DME distributor?
The second would be a likely case in that we would hope for that. That we're working on the home version of the product now. That'll be done in the I have a habit of being overly optimistic, so I'm going to say next summer. Yeah, so then that will open up the DME channel, which we're super excited about. Home rehab, an extension of home rehab. There's nothing right now that does that at home.
Yeah. Awesome. You have a nephew that could use the product now, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Ray.
Welcome.
Thanks,
everybody.
Judges. Last but certainly not least, we have Gravitas Medical. I will welcome Sahil to the stage now.
All right. Thank you, Madison. Hi, everyone. I'm Sahil, CEO of Gravitas Medical, where we have developed a smart feeding tube to digitize the gut, improve safety, and personalize nutrition. Today, the gut is a black box. Central nutrition is blind. These are nasogastric feeding tubes. They go through the nose and into the stomach. Sometimes they go through the nose and end up in the airway, which can be catastrophic. It is rare, but it happens. More frequent is a misplacement in the esophagus. Now you're feeding the esophagus, you have pulmonary aspiration and pneumonia. Once the feeding tube is properly placed in the stomach, tubes are frequently dislodged, and there is a lack of data on feeding tolerance. So what we've created is the Enteric Smart Feeding System. It is a sensorized feeding tube that provides real-time guidance as the tube is placed. And then once the tube is placed successfully, it provides continuous monitoring for tube dislodgement, core body temperature, reflux, and gastric emptying. We do have FDA clearance in neonates through adults. We got breakthrough device designation, and we actually just launched 2 weeks ago. So in the last 2 weeks, we did our first commercial eval, and 2 days ago, I got my first PO. So very exciting time. For CPT codes, there is an existing CPT code for impedance-based reflux monitoring. So we can leverage that for this device, and it does cover the cost of the device. Most NICUs are billed under bundled payments or DRGs. So on that side of it, we show that this one device can eliminate multiple things in the hospital. It eliminates the x-rays and pH checks that are frequently done to make sure the tube's in the right place. And then it can also reduce complications, separate temperature probes, separate reflux studies, and separate gastric emptying studies. So with all that elimination, there's an average of $500K cost savings for the average hospital. Now the novel data set here, the novel asset here is the data, right? There's a wealth of data in the gut that is currently untapped. And we have a device that's sitting in the gut 24/7 collecting continuous data at 12 hertz. So to date, we've collected a couple hundred data sets, a couple thousand feeds, and tens of thousands of hours of gastric monitoring. The first indication we're going to go after with this data is feeding intolerance. So 15% of babies in the NICU have feeding intolerance. The problem is clinicians don't know which babies have it. So in general, most babies are underfed due to the fear of spitting up and vomiting and overfeeding. So what we can do with this data is to start differentiating and start identifying which babies have feeding intolerance, don't feed them more, and which babies don't, and feed them more aggressively. There's a study at Yale that shows that aggressive feeding for babies that can tolerate it results in reduced days on TPN, time to full feeds, reduced feeding interruptions, x-rays, and length of stay. So that's our goal here with the data. moving beyond feeding intolerance, we are turning this into, there's a buzzword now, physical AI. We're turning this into a physical AI platform where we have the sensors and the hardware generating tons of data to then feed into predictive analytics for feeding intolerance, NEC, sepsis, malnutrition, et cetera. What I didn't explain earlier is we have impedance and temperature sensors, but with the same rings, we're picking up on heart rate, respiratory rate, and EGG, peristaltic motion, all within the box. So in terms of market size, there's 7 million tubes used in the US every year. So that represents a $3 billion market size. Expanding on that, we're going to get into feeding intolerance prediction, specifically targeting the 62,000 extremely low birth weight and very low birth weight babies. Again, leveraging that Yale study, we should be able to achieve 5-day length of stay reduction. So that's another $4 billion opportunity. I'm not saying that's our TAM, but it's an opportunity that we can tap into. And then the broader picture is a predictive analytics. I mean, if you look at sepsis, NEC, all these other conditions, those conditions cost the US healthcare system over $100 billion every year. Again, not our TAM, but as we do those predictive analytics, it helps solidify our market, gain market traction, and potentially even have an additional market stream, additional revenue stream with the monthly subscription model. In terms of team, I've been doing medtech for a couple of decades now, and then I'll highlight that we founded the company out of Theranova. It's a medical device incubator in San Francisco run by Dr. Dan Burnett. We've actually built our last 2 companies together, so we've been working together for over a decade now. So where we are today, we just launched. We're looking to scale. So we are seeking funding and commercial partners to scale, and we'll be launching in Japan next year as well. You might be asking why Japan. It's because we have a partner in Japan. They made a non-dilutive investment early in our process in exchange for Japanese rights. So thank you. I'll take questions now.
So I love the potential of all the data that you could actually get with this device and the number of the number of diseases or complications that can happen in the NICU that you can actually drive down. I am curious about the conversations that you have with physicians and how comfortable they are moving to a system like this and getting rid of X-ray. Like, it's simple, but how have those conversations gone, and like, what have you learned about their willingness to like jump over to this side and actually get rid of X-ray to drive the cost of care down?
Yeah, so it's been a mixed bag. The standard of care today varies, right? In babies, a lot of sites will take the X-ray, even though they're exposing babies to radiation. Other sites don't, and they'll do a pH check before every feed, right? So 8 checks a day. Others do it on shift change. Others don't do it at all. So it's a mixed bag. What we found is that the low-hanging fruit is going to be the sites that do the frequent pH checks. For example, Cook Children's, they do it before every feed. They use a device that costs $15. So $15 8 times a day, it adds up really fast, right? So they'll adopt very quickly. There are other sites that say, oh, misplacement has never happened at my site. That doesn't happen under my watch, right? So for those sites, we focus more on the cardiac babies, the BPD, the babies where the continuous monitoring and the reflex monitoring would be really impactful.
Great presentation. Really interesting stuff. Again, the data in the gut's so fascinating. You've had a commercial launch here. You're just getting going. Congrats on that. It's amazing.
Thanks.
You've then also got all this other data coming in. How do you keep the company? This is going to sound wrong, but how do you keep it from backtracking and becoming just a R&D company when you're now commercial? You have all this great stuff. It's going to take a lot of effort. If you're looking at sepsis and NEC, these are really tough things. Or are you going to not drown in the work you're doing there and keep it commercial?
So the timing is kind of nice because I'm not sure if I want to say this, but like AI and algorithms have gotten easy, right? The tools that are available today, that it's kind of become commoditized. And like my thesis here for my previous company and this one is that a lot of AI companies are going to have a hard time. Physical AI is where it's at. You can patent the hardware, you can protect the hardware, and then you can do the algorithms very easily once you have the data streams, right? And so that's kind of how we've built our IP. In terms of bandwidth, the data and the commercial launch kind of go hand in hand. What we want is real world evidence data. And so we're doing a limited launch this year, only 5 sites, and I already have 3 locked down. 2 from the last 2 weeks and 1's coming. And so with those 5 sites, we're going to get thousands of data sets, and we're only taking on sites that are open to doing a post-market registry, so that we can go and retrieve all the data and develop these algorithms. So we're kind of threading that needle, the balance between being a sales and marketing organization and then building this bigger value proposition.
Yeah, really good job. I can't think of any more things we talked before, so.
Okay, let's focus on the feeding part, right? Do you have data that shows how well it works? Like, have you evidence that shows like X amount of babies out of X amount of babies improved over X amount of time?
Yeah, so we do have data that shows that it works, and that at Women's and Infants we did a study where we compared gastric impedance versus POCUS. So it's basically ultrasound every 15 minutes to measure the cross-sectional antral diameter, which is an accepted method for gastric emptying.
I'm talking about like they stayed in the hospital less. They thrived in 10 minutes instead of...
Right. So that comes next. So we do our launch, we do our post-market registry study. There's research that, in my mind, it's obvious it is going to result in reduction in length of stay, but we have to prove it, to your point, right? So there's already evidence that shows that early feeding and optimized feeding reduces length of stay. What we have to now do is show that with our device, it will encourage clinicians to actually feed early for the babies that can do it. So that's kind of the point of this limited launch and post-market registry study.
Tell me more about the vital signs. So are you just collecting the data and just like in the background checking them out? Or are you validating them with other devices that are already doing vital signs?
Yeah, so
something
the vital signs feed into the placement algorithm today. We have additional vital signs that we're collecting that we're just collecting. For example, EGG, we're just collecting, we're not cleared to show it yet. But the reason we're collecting all that data is, to answer your question, there is evidence from UT Southwestern that spot checks of EGG can predict feeding intolerance. Now they have to do spot checks because the sticky pads are irritating the baby's skin and there's wires everywhere, so they can only do 3 hours a day. We can do 24/7 EGG monitoring. So we're actually working with Dr. Ortigoza at UT Southwestern now to build out the algorithm, further his work, and show that we can predict feeding intolerance.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much, Sahil.
Thank you.
I want to thank all of our companies and judges. It's not easy to pitch to a room of 200 people, and definitely not easy to pitch to a panel of investors. So props to you all. And I just want to emphasize that, this is a snapshot into sort of the wealth of innovation that's happening within our portfolio. Like just today, we saw robotic legs to, cutting edge predictive and clinical decision support algorithms to innovative surgical techniques. All of these things working to advance the care of children. And while we wish that we could award all of the panel or the presenters today, we will be selecting one winner for the demo day, and that winning company will receive up to $20,000 in indirect support services from CTIP, alongside a year of visibility on Peds Market, who is our demo day prize sponsor. Peds Market was founded or created and launched by Children's Mercy Kansas City in 2024. They are an e-commerce platform that bring together buyers, partners, clinicians, innovators, all in one place to increase the visibility of pediatric devices that are on the market. CTIP is a proud multi-product seller on their platform, and we will be showcasing the winner of the 2026 demo day as a CTIP member solution on Peds Market for a year, in addition to their indirect support services. And we believe that the combination of these two things together will help advance their commercial progress. So thank you so much to everyone that participated. Thank you to the audience for being so courteous and attentive. I'm now going to pass it over to the next panel.
I wanted to quickly introduce myself. My name is Greg Zapolacny. Earlier today, Suzanne Schwartz alluded to the fact that over 50% of medical devices, especially those of high risk, are approved for pediatric patients ages 18 to 21. Obviously, it is absolutely vital that we have medical device solutions for children of all ages and all sizes. And, none of that happens in a vacuum, and none of that would have happened without collaborations. So this panel really is about collaboration in this space and lowering the barriers for pediatric medical devices, especially in a surgical space. With that, I wanted to introduce very briefly our esteemed panelists who represent three critical domains of that innovation. We have Kim from the FDA, we have Mike, who is an innovator, and we have Tim, who is a pediatric surgeon. And with that, I wanted to thank them for being here, and please go ahead and introduce yourselves fully.
Okay, my name is Kim Pretzer. I am a Total Product Lifecycle Advisory Program Advisor, which is an acronym within an acronym at the Center for Devices and Radiological Health at FDA. And so I think you've heard some about the TAP program today, and hopefully in today's panel you'll hear a little bit more about that. But what we're trying to do and accomplish is really work with breakthrough device innovators and those in the pediatric space to help not only get over those regulatory hurdles, but also to think more broadly and completely around business strategy and think through kind of what do you need to cross that valley of death. So what do you need to really drive physician, patient, and payer adoption to ultimately achieve patient access.
Thanks, Kim. My name is Mike Torney. I'm president of Fusionless Technologies Group. We're designing and developing a device for scoliosis, which is a motion preservation device. So getting away from the fusion and basically allowing children to live normal, active lives.
Hi, and I'm Tim Lutz. I'm a pediatric surgeon at Lurie Children's. I have a couple different hats. I'm vice chair of clinical operations for the Department of Surgery. I'm director of surgical oncology, and I am the co-PI of what we call the PediaSurg Lab. Some of you have met my partner in crime, Seth Goldstein, and we're very invested in both clinical trials and device innovation in the surgical field.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. If there's only one take-home message that you're going to take home from here today, is that neonates are not small babies and children are not small adults. I hope we all can agree on that one. And Tim, my first question is really to you. Thinking about the sizes of children and the fact that most of the surgical devices are really developed for adults and adapted for children. I wanted to pick your brain a little bit more on the barriers for in surgical application of these technologies. Like I know that there's absolutely the small detail like IFU is not going to stop you from saving child's life, and that's how it should be. But tell us more about the barriers that you're experiencing and your experience working with adult devices in this space.
Yeah, the barriers are real. So it's not just that kids are not small adults, right? It's the small patient size, but it's also the small market share that makes it a challenge. And that's why we're so appreciative of industry partners who want to work in this space. So I have some notes that I want to make sure I cover. So one of the things that we face a lot is that it is not just devices. For a lot of what we do, which is focused on fluorescent guided surgery, it's both the combination of the device and the drug. And so we're trying to navigate those challenges for clearances for both the device and the drug at the same time. And often these things are going through approval processes at the same time. So it's sort of a double whammy of trying to navigate that. We in our PediaSurg lab have tried really hard to move away from just we're going to use it off label and try to find ways to get these approaches, these devices, these drugs on label. And that takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of commitment from academic medical centers, because I think the only way for this to happen is for academic partners to overcome the inertia and to get these products to show that there's a market case in pediatrics, to show that the preclinical data supports the uses of them, and then to try to make the case with industry partners for moving to pediatric indications. And the reason that's so important is because for many of these devices, it's actually even hard to get them in the hospital if there's not a pediatric indication, right? So if you have this big expensive piece of capital that you want to bring into the hospital and there is no pediatric indication, and you're a hospital CFO, you're saying, why would I invest in that device? And so an example I give of that is still a work in process is robotic bronchoscopy. It's a new way of using really cool CT scans to drive robotic, endoluminal cameras down to mark a spot that you want to take out with a thoracic surgery. And it's the way that thoracic surgeons now in the adult world mark nodules. But it's not approved in kids. So if you're a hospital saying, why should I invest $400,000 in this piece of equipment? You're not going to do it if you don't have an indication. So we've been working on getting the preclinical data to then make the case to do the clinical trial, to then establish the pediatric indication. And I think that's the only way to go. I think if you look at like Da Vinci and the robotic surgical systems in general, there's been a lot of using it off label, putting a, square peg in a round hole, and we make the best of it. And it is a field that's growing in pediatrics. But I think if we're going to get to the next phase of this, where it really takes off, it's going to be working with partners who are committed to the pediatric side of it, committed to pediatric size appropriate instruments, and getting the indications that support what we do.
Well, that's great. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Mike, if you wouldn't mind, outlining your technology a little bit better for us and what makes it uniquely pediatric and why is it, important to develop it?
For sure. So I'm assuming most of you people know what scoliosis is and how they treat it currently, or 99% of the way they treat scoliosis that needs a surgery, they fuse the spine. So basically eliminating the spine as a spine. And if you look back, and I think Kelsey said it earlier, if our generation ahead of us looked back at what we did, what would they say? For the last 60, 70 years, we've treated scoliosis the same way, by fusing the spine. So ultimately amputating the spine, right? In 2010, my partner, John Braun at Mass General, did the first anterior vertebral tethering procedure in the US, successful one. And so as opposed to going in and putting rods and screws up and down the spine, he went anterolateral, minimally invasive, put pedicle screws in, and then basically used a nylon rope to correct the spine. So he's had 15 years of doing this procedure. It's in 25 centers now. The FDA gave an HDE to Zimmer and recently to Globus for this procedure. The problem is they're repurposed implants. They're designed for fusion in an adult spine. So over the last 15 years, we've had the ability to see what works, what would work better. So we've basically, in the last 4 years, designed a system that is safer and more durable. And the other part of these implants that they're using right now, they're basically eliminating fusion in kids in 80% of the procedures they're doing with the anterior vertebral tethering. But it's breaking 50% of the time. So we've effectively eliminated the challenges with that. And that's with 15 years of experience based on an adult repurposed system. So fortunate enough to design it for kids and adolescents. So that's kind of where we are right now.
That's amazing. That's remarkable. Thank you. Kim, the TAP program started as a pilot in 2022. Could you please tell us more about it? And I don't want to spoil the surprise, but I think you have some good news to share with us as well.
Well, yes. So I think in general, the program, yes, as you mentioned, it launched in as part of the last MDUFA cycle, or in the current, I suppose, MDUFA cycle, MDUFA 5, which is the medical device user fee amendments. And we were a pilot, and it's a long pilot. 5 years is a pretty long pilot. But that did allow us to be really flexible and agile and just try new things. We're really like an innovation sandbox within CDRH to really try different ways of communicating with innovators and working through different challenges with them, and really understanding the whole ecosystem, building relationships. And we've been successfully doing that since we launched. And most recently, the FDA put out our draft MDUFA 6 letter, and TAP has made it in as, one of the commitments that we are really looking forward to maturing into a program in MDUFA 6 and continuing on the good work that we've been doing.
Well, that's remarkable. Congratulations. Could you please tell us a bit more about all of the services and support that you provide to the innovators in your portfolio and how you address them?
Happy to do it. So we have kind of twofold in terms of resources and things that we provide. One is obviously the regulatory resources. You're here as part of TAP to engage with FDA because you need to get that market authorization, and you generally already have a breakthrough designation, perhaps. So you're entitled to be having kind of very quick interactions with the FDA and regular engagements with the FDA. So, as part of TAP, what we really try to encourage innovators to do is to communicate maybe a little differently than what you may be used to communicating with FDA. A lot of times, historically, you kind of keep your cards close, or you've been told by regulatory advisors to keep your cards close. Don't tell the FDA too much. But what we'd really like to know is the full picture. And so I think one of the biggest accomplishments in TAP has been kind of shifting that culture. And that's not something that's easy to report out in a metric, but it gives the reviewers the full picture. And I think that's especially important in the pediatric space because there's really unique challenges. So, to a typical reviewer, it may not be obvious why you're choosing a specific subset of testing to do in a particular time, or why you seem resistant to maybe trying some, of the recommended tests or procedures that the review team is giving recommendations on. And it may come down to the very unique challenges with the patient population, the providers, and the clinical space that you're working in, and your finances. And so it's really good to be open with the review team. And I think we've been able to accomplish that in TAP so that we can, try to think about what levers there are to pull to shape things and be more creative. On the non-regulatory side, TAP also works with you to help you strategize and really get that full picture. And so, to some extent, we're asking you to do some homework with us, but we are hoping that it's very collaborative. And, it may be that we're asking what seem like really simple questions, like what is your clinical care pathway? What does it look like today? What providers are doing what part of the work and where, but those have huge downstream, implications in terms of reimbursement strategy. So really thinking forward and working through these kind of problems and homework assignments up front help us, help you identify the right reimbursement strategies in terms of coding, payment, and coverage downstream.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Mike, my next question is for you. Your technology has joined the portfolio fairly recently, but in part due to the recommendation and the connection that we've made with Kim and the TAP program. But you've been a part of TAP for longer than that. And so I would love for you to speak a little bit more on your experience as a part of the TAP program. What was your regulatory journey so far, or before or after joining? How has that benefited you and your technology?
Yes, we joined the TAP program about a year ago, and we've bootstrapped the company for 4 years now. And I think the biggest thing is the collaboration and the access to information and kind of the support we've got. It's incredibly helpful. It's comforting because, as I'm sure you guys know, capital is hard to come by and resources are hard to come by. And when you have a roadmap where we're collaborating on what we need to do, how we need to present, and what kind of information we can gather, it's been very helpful, very, very helpful. So,
that's awesome. It's fantastic to hear that. And so, in order to be eligible for TAP, as I understand, you do have to have a breakthrough device designation or STEP these days. That's right. And in order to, have that FDA buy-in and put you on that accelerated pathway towards the innovation, you also need to show something to them, right? Which is really proof of clinical feasibility of your technology. And so, Tim, my next question is really for you. Thinking about, that proof of clinical feasibility and that, collaborations between the industry and the hospitals, I wanted to, get your opinions on all of the barriers and facilitators to industry collaborations and how those can help generate that kind of early feasibility, clinical value data, so that the companies through that collaboration can then leverage it for more resources from the FDA and get to the TAP program. That is a tremendous benefit.
Yeah. So it's overcoming that small market share, right? And so we recognize, right, a lot of the industry partners we're working with, they're looking for these designations for these adult cancers that have tens or hundreds of thousands of potential patients a year. And we're asking for them to collaborate with us on a pediatric tumor that might have 400 cases in the whole country a year. So we need to do that in partnership. We need to show a value statement. Oftentimes we need to pull at heartstrings, but we need to do a lot of the hard work. And so, it's a little different from, in some of the adult world where industry partner comes with a fully sort of baked idea and is looking for surgeon collaborators to just do that phase 3 trial. For us, we view it as our job to really sort of work from the earliest phases of this to bring it along. And oftentimes that involves combinations of both investigator-initiated studies and industry-sponsored studies. So a lot of what we work on in the PediaSurg lab has to do with fluorescent-guided surgery, which is an exciting new field where you're using these novel fluorescent agents that, the old versions were pretty nonspecific, but the new versions have these fluorophores that you can target to all sorts of different, very specific uses. And so it's a combination, again, of both the drug and the device, and making sure that you have the device that's appropriate for that fluorophore and the correct indication. But so they're never going to look at rare pediatric tumors to see which tumors might light up with the fluorophore that they developed for ovarian cancer or colorectal cancer. But we can do that, right? So we're doing the early preclinical work to look at what are the cell surface markers that correspond to these agents that are in development in the adult world. We're doing the work to sort of prove that they can have applicability in pediatric tumors. In many cases, we're then doing the investigator-initiated study to show safety and efficacy. And then as we kind of walk through those steps, we can then work with industry partners and they say, okay, well, what are the additional steps that would be needed to use the real world data coming from our trials? And then maybe they'll sponsor a PK study. So they have, you can kind of put all these pieces together to eventually have a whole picture that can get the pediatric indication. But ultimately, I think it's the responsibility of pediatric academic institutions, places like this, to support the work that can then make it a reasonable value statement for industry partners who I think the ones that we've worked to want to help the children, right? But they need to do it in a way that's sustainable for their companies. And, it requires us to do a lot of that early legwork.
Mike, what is your take on collaborations with hospitals and healthcare systems to help, drive that value for your technology?
Well, we're a little bit a ways away from that, but I do think, 90% of devices start with adults and then filter down to children. I think the challenge with it is the markets are typically smaller, but it's the collaboration with the FDA, the TAP program, the CTIP, that type of stuff is what has to be upstream. Like it's making it easier, but with same rigor. Like you're making sure as you're going through the testing, it's a collaborative effort where you're discussing and you're not over testing, because one of the challenges, if you do a test and it doesn't work, it sets you back 6 months and capital. That's a lot of capital. So I think the institutions play a big part in it. I think industry plays a big part in it again, but they're all, like you said, trying to make it, squeeze it into their niche because they're responsible for something as well. So.
Oh, that's right. Thank you so much. I want to switch a little bit in the topics. I think on everyone's mind these days is AI because it has the potential to revolutionize healthcare. But of course, it comes with some caveats and challenges. And even at CTIP, we do AI-based research, and we know that patients are very receptive and open to new AI technologies, but they still want that clinician in the loop, right? They still want want that human connection and that assurance that their healthcare is in the well-trained hands. And so I wanted to ask all of you a little bit for your opinion or prediction of what is the role of AI in surgery. Just as we equip more and more devices with AI-based algorithms and technologies, how AI can revolutionize surgical care, either at the operating table or maybe in preparation for the surgery, or even perhaps help us identify candidates for surgery that otherwise wouldn't have been missed.
Right, it's the topic on everybody's mind right now, right? And I think surgeons are inherently a little cautious about this, as I think they should be. And I think this will come in a couple of different waves. I think the wave that everybody's really excited about right now has to do less with the actual conducting of the operation and more with everything that happens around the operation and how we can streamline the care of patients, how we can relieve cognitive load by taking tasks that are occupying a lot of staff time, a lot of surgeon time, a lot of nursing time, a lot of anesthesiologist time, and offload that with AI tools. How we can make surgery safer by using these tools in the operating room, right? So we're trying to think about just even some of the mundane tasks that happen with every operation that can lead to very critical errors if they're not done correctly, but maybe we can use the tools around us to help automate those. How we can care for more patients by taking 5 minutes off of every operation, by just streamlining, making sure that, that patient who needs a pre-medication before they go back, it's happening at the right time. And that patient who needs brought down from the floor, it's happening at the right time. All these tools that actually become pretty complex in the OR that AI, I think, is primed to really revolutionize, right? So I think that'll be the first step. I think actually having AI have a direct role in the conducting of a surgical operation, it's coming, right? Like we all know it's coming, but how that happens, I think will be slower. I think a lot of us imagine it kind of similar to like the lane assist technology in your car, where you still want somebody driving the car. Maybe you don't want full Tesla autopilot right away, but it would be nice if something was beeping and yelling at you if you're about to cut the common bile duct. So I think, we'll all be happy to have that technology come along. I think surgeons will embrace that. And so looking for tools that augment the surgeon's approach to surgery rather than replace it will be the next wave. And then eventually I'll get replaced by a robot and I'll be fine with that.
That's a beautiful analogy, and I'm pretty sure down surgeons are going to be replaced by the robots. Not anytime soon.
Exactly what he said. I mean, he took my notes, so went before. No, I think AI is obviously a huge topic in everything. I don't see it replacing surgeons. I think it's a good tool. I think it'll be a tool for them. Whether it's patient indication, implant size, and then maybe more predictable outcomes. I think it's an incredibly powerful tool. But it's a tool for the surgeons.
And one thing I forgot to mention is from an education standpoint, it's also huge, right? And I'm not just talking about educating trainees. I think, already a lot of these companies are building these huge, vast repositories of video, and they can gauge your efficiency in tasks, and they can give you coaching feedback about how to do things safer and more efficiently. I think that is, coming in this first wave for sure as well.
Well, when I put my regulatory hat on, I'm thinking of AI. Is it an asset? Is it a hindrance? Right? Is it a liability? Is it something that's going to make the regulatory approval more difficult, more complex? And Kim, would you want to give us a little bit of FDA insight into maybe like what percentage of your portfolio in the TAP is AI-enabled devices? And do you have a special approach to supporting these companies, or how do you help alleviate their concerns or mitigate any issues that they might encounter on the journey?
Yeah, so AI is rapidly evolving, as we all know, and it is kind of creeping into lots of different device applications. And it is a device sometimes, I guess, just to make that clear, in the software as a medical device realm. And so we are seeing a lot of algorithms coming in and an increasing number, I would say, as diagnostic aids and imaging aids, especially in the imaging space. We probably saw a few, maybe just a handful prior to when we opened enrollment in TAP up to, out to our office of, the radiology kind of group. Then we saw a bigger explosion of AI algorithms coming in. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure I know the percentage, but I'd say at least a quarter, probably creeping up upwards of that, involves some sort of AI algorithm, whether it's a standalone software as a medical device or it's incorporated into some piece of hardware. From the TAP perspective, what we try to do is, on the regulatory side, we have really great partners in our Digital Health Center of Excellence, which has expertise in AI/ML and on both the scientific and the policy side to really help not just the innovators, but also help our review staff and kind of iterate on our FDA policies to try and keep pace with the very fast progression of the technology, out in the real world. And then, we also try to make sure that innovators understand their options. So it's not that you can't get rid of the physician, in terms of, let's use radiology as an example. It's not that you can't get rid of the reader. It's that you're going to need to provide a lot more evidence to be able to support that you can safely get rid of the reader or, have something else reading that. And so really just understanding what options exist for, various kind of iterations or levels of your technology. If you're having a remote read versus, the AI is more autonomously reading. And so there's, definitely different regulatory pathways and expectations for evidence collection around, which way you kind of want to go. And then on the reimbursement side, there's a lot moving there too. I think every CPT meeting has a discussion on the definitions of, autonomous and assistive and augmented. I can't remember which ones they've settled on now. This is not my area of expertise per se, but, I think, there's a lot of change evolving there as well. If you're, being fully augmentative, there is no physician work. So what are you billing and paying for or getting paid for? So, just making companies aware of that early on and that they need to incorporate that in the strategy, that probably when they approach physicians, they're not going to be like, oh, great, I don't have to do this. That's great with me because, that's not the healthcare system that we have set up with fee for service, for example. So.
Oh, thank you so much for that comprehensive answer. I think our panel is the very first one that is well positioned to finish on time. However, I did save the most difficult question last, and then I wanted to probe all of you to kind of try and point to us, the audience over here, any barriers or facilitators to streamlining that pediatric surgical innovation so that we can position these technologies as pediatric first, so that the off-label use of adult devices in pediatrics no longer needed. So can you please give us some thoughts and insight on how we can make it collaboratively, how collaboratively can we work towards that end goal that we actually start in pediatrics and extrapolate to adults, because pediatrics are much harder, that's hands down, right? But I think that we have that unique expertise and power in the field to make that happen, and I wanted to hear your thoughts about it.
It's hard, right? It goes back to everything we've talked about so far. And I think, market share is market share, right? And we have to understand that. But, the American Pediatric Surgical Association's motto is saving lifetimes, right? I think we need to remember that although it's a smaller number of people, the patient years are huge, right? Because we're having the ability to impact somebody's life for 70, 80 years, longer even, right? And so I think thinking in those terms, and then, that can kind of, I think, help frame the argument in terms of why these things should gain focus. But then I would just go back to what I said before, right? I think it takes strong, academic industry partnerships where maybe the burden of early work falls a little bit more on us who want to see this happen and sort of are caring for these patients and recognize the value of it. And I think we need to be starting these companies and nurturing these companies and moving this whole process along. And also, as you think about sort of things that you need to care for for children, maybe there is an adult application, right? And if you can sort of make the case for both, you want to develop it because of this pediatric application and it's going to change the lives of these kids. And, oh, by the way, we could use it in adults in this way and make some money off of it. I think, looking for those opportunities is certainly helpful.
And I think if you all were paying attention to our showcase earlier today, you probably noticed that many of our technologies are developed for pediatrics, but this is not where the journey ends, and they have a great potential for adults as well. So we don't focus on exclusively pediatric technologies. We support the pediatric applications, but we whenever it's appropriate, want to ensure that this technology is really available for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're at FTG, we're incredibly lucky to be part of both the TAP and the CTIP program, and I think it's that type of engagement with those programs help a lot, because I'd mentioned earlier, time and money is hard to come by. And when we talk about the TAP to different people or the CTIP, we consider them part of our team. And it's a really good feeling to know that when we're doing something, it's with a purpose. We'll have an outcome and we'll have a dialogue and have a solution shortly after that. And I think that is kind of key for the pediatric space, because time kills. So that's, it's, again, incredibly blessed to be part of both of these programs.
And I think one of the biggest barriers to this kind of pediatric first initiative is how fragmented the ecosystem is. And, you come to FDA for one need, and then you might, after your marketing authorization, think through what your payers need or what your reimbursement strategy is. And so what TAP is really trying to do is bring that earlier. So really have that early coordinated interaction with multiple parties when you're thinking about evidence development and what evidence needs are, so that you're not only thinking about what your regulatory needs are, which are admittedly lower in a lot of cases than the marketing and commercialization needs for payers, right? So that you have at least a plan upfront to understand what those needs will be downstream, so you can start funding for maybe a later study or additional study if that's the route that you want to take. And I think that reimbursement aspect is a huge gap that everyone is very aware of, and we're all trying to fix. And that's why it's great to be in meetings like this and at events like this, because, that is a really big unknown. And so it is hard. We hear from pediatric innovators all the time that it's really hard to get any traction or convince investors that, their device has a payment pathway, because no one knows what the Medicaid payment pathways are, or, if a private payer will write a coverage policy for your technology, because there's nothing like that out there to be able to find an analog for. And so what we're trying to do in TAP is to really facilitate those connections and build those relationships to break down some of those walls and have innovators understand upfront what payers are looking for. We've been really successful, with the recent FR notice that went out for the rapid coverage pathway on the Medicare side. So that's for Medicare beneficiaries, which admittedly is not very many pediatric patients. But, we've been trying to think through what can we do on the pediatric side. Is there an analog that could be made with Medicaid? And, we've been working closely with our colleagues. We're all in the same agency. And so, thinking through kind of what can we do there to build a pathway, or at least de-risk things and kind of be a little more transparent with what the reimbursement pathways look like for pediatric innovators. And I think that would be a great facilitator to push a pediatric first initiative along, if there was greater transparency or just even understanding of what the reimbursement pathways are for these pediatric products.
That's right. Thank you for that. I know we started the day talking about, the value of depth for pediatric medical devices, but here are the champions that you would want to walk this path with and overcome the value of depth. So yeah, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. I know that we are the last panel of the day, so we're between you and happy hour. So we will try and, make sure that, of course, I should say that you've waited for the best. They've saved the best for last, of course. And so I'm glad. Thank you for everybody who's stayed. And today we're going to be talking about lessons learned across the medical device lifecycle. And we have a really fantastic panel here for you today. So many really experienced professionals here today. So in the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and I'll start the introductions with myself. My name is Catherine, and I'm a regulatory consultant. I've been working with medical devices for over 20 years and in the regulatory space for about 15 years now. And I work with companies all the way from very early stage development and regulatory strategy through the regulatory submission process, and sort of throughout that process as well. So I'm going to actually start at the end, and maybe Amanda, you can introduce yourself, and then we'll go across. And you do not have a...
I can yell, but I don't think anybody wants that. Hi, I'm Amanda Tillis. I am a human factors engineering manager as well as an innovation manager at Philips Medisize. We are the medical and pharma solutions division of Molex. So we are a contract design and manufacturing organization that supports customers with product development from discovery and a drawing on a napkin all the way through commercialization and post-market surveillance.
Thank you, Amanda. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brandon Hale. I work for A Priori FLP. I'm one of the founding partners. I have to admit, I serendipitously kind of fell into my career. I categorize myself as a translationalist, meaning I've always worked, but I didn't know what I did. I've always worked in bringing new products to market, whether it was in the healthcare and life sciences industry. And we do the same thing for new products and new small to mid-sized companies coming to market, where we look, to try to avoid those pitfalls that they have along that pathway. We talked about clinical paths, but a similar pathway going there, and try to see those potential challenges before they occur. Hence, a priori.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for everyone who is still here. Sherry Ferrugia, I'm the Senior Vice President of Preclinical Services for North America for a company called Veranex. You may know our lab previously from Veranex's T3L, GCMI. And I've spent my entire career on the medical device side, from everything from health IT to product development engineering, and now onto the commercialization side. So I've also spent quite a bit of time in pediatrics. Prior to this, I was the COO for the Pediatric Technology Center on Georgia Tech's campus with Children's Healthcare of Atlanta.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dana Ruby. I'm here with Eva Garland Consulting, and we're a firm of scientific grants experts and accounting and compliance experts that support innovators, both, in the small startup fields as well as larger public groups and anyone in between in the STEM field, and as well as pediatric indications, including, supporting a handful of CTIPS companies. And we help manage and acquire non-dilutive funding. So we help, fund the science that's critical for these early stage companies.
Great. Thank you, everyone. So I know that we have probably quite a few companies here that are really in this startup phase. And I just wanted to maybe start off with a question really around, where do organizations most frequently overinvest in one discipline, whether that's design, manufacture, commercialization, that happens to be at the expense of other areas, and then what are the downstream consequences to that? Brandon, do you mind starting that off for us?
Yeah, not at all. So my experience has been we all have inherent biases. So if you're a physician, MD, PhD, engineer, developing a product, that transition from science to product or product to clinical phase, but you develop and you're smart and, bring very novel technologies to market, but you run into a point where you've outgrown your expertise and, we get to an area of now what? So the question, the point that we look at, or that we try to work people with to look at, is say, look, that's okay. But on day one, when you're looking at this new and novel product, however you came about it, whether it's through a paucity of research, a paucity in daily activity and practice, that there's a need there, you do have a viable product potentially. At that point, you need to ask the questions of, not solve the questions, but ask the questions. Look, this is the product I have. This is the device that I'm thinking of develop. And you have to think along that value chain of not just developing the product and device, but who's going to pay, what patient population is going to serve, what specificities of disease. You don't have to answer all those questions at that time, but it's important to just gather those questions and look forward beyond. We heard some previous talks this afternoon about the expansion of your data, the expansion of new indications. Now, at that time, when you're starting up, is the time when you need to think about those, not act on all of them, but start keeping those in the back of your mind, because that will drive your thought process along that value chain, from developing the product, getting approval, who's paying for that, who's going to reimburse you for it, and what patient population providers are going to use it. That will help clarify that pathway for you along the way, as opposed to focusing just on getting a good product to market.
That's great. Thank you. And, I just want to add on to that a little bit too, is that expansion of indications. We've heard a couple of times now throughout the day that from the FDA, Suzanne said it, I think earlier this morning, there are so many more devices that are cleared for adult populations and not for the pediatric population. And as a regulatory consultant, I couldn't agree more with you to say, consider those populations early on in development, because that may affect the design that you end up moving forward with, simply because you've considered that population, right? So I completely agree with you. You really have to start with an image of where you're going to go, not necessarily acting on all those, as you said, right? Yeah. Amanda, do you mind adding to that as well?
I would love to. So I really see the product development process being held up by 4 pillars. Useful, does the product serve a purpose? Usable, can it be used safe and effectively? Meaningful, does this product add value or create an overall positive experience for whoever is using this one day? And viable, can it be made at scale for a reasonable cost? And just like you said, sometimes we have to focus on viability, or sometimes we have to focus on meaningfulness. And they don't all have to be in perfect unison in terms of emphasis or value creation at any given time, but it's looking back and checking and making sure, okay, we've made X number of changes in order to make this device viable. Have we compromised anything in the usability space, in the usefulness space, or in the meaningfulness space? And so going back and gut checking and saying, have we made any sacrifices or consequences, and do we need to readjust or course correct, is a really good thing to be doing progressively throughout the process, as opposed to waiting till the end and realizing, just as you said, oh, I've designed a product for adults, but I want kids to use it as well. Or I've got this really wonderful product, but I can't make it, at scale with the development, process that I want to go through in 10 years. So really trying to balance those 4 things at any given time is the best way to avoid that situation where you're getting ready to submit to FDA and maybe you've identified a gap that could have been avoided had you navigated those 4 pillars.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And that's actually great segue, I think, into one of the next questions, which is really around the scalability, right? And so you mentioned scalability as one of those pillars, and scalability is so important that I think is really missed in the early stage development, right? Or even in, I would say, startups, is they're really thinking, how do I get to my commercialization, right? How do I get to my first order? And you forget that when you get, at some point, you have to scale that up to meet the orders, right? I just want to maybe shift gears a little to say, what kind of patterns differentiate between companies that scale up successfully versus those that stall out? And Sherry, maybe you could share your thoughts here.
Absolutely. So just so you guys wonder what I have in my hand, I woke up at 3:30 this morning and had some thoughts and could not find a piece of paper in the hotel room. So I literally went into the garbage and found my old Starbucks bag and tore it up and wrote on it. So I have it with me here because I'm not as young as I used to be, and sometimes I forget what I'm going to say. So I have some notes here. But really, I think that what it starts with is that you have to design for pediatrics in the beginning. You know, we talk about how we move from adults to pediatrics, but the really successful innovations in companies that have the ability to scale design for pediatrics to begin with. The other is that they build a very strong pediatric ecosystem, and that ecosystem can start with public-private partnerships, consist of investigators, and outside of that is even the caregivers and the family members, but a really strong ecosystem in pediatrics. And then engage the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Well, we just talked about a few of them. But if you think about the family, years ago, and I know we have some ICANN folks in here, so I'm going to speak your language for a second, but we would talk about that the primary stakeholders was the patient. The patient was at the center of everything. But when you start to design for pediatrics, what we've discovered is so many of the solutions, not the answers, but the actual solution comes from not just the patient, but it could come from a sibling. It can come from a parent. So look at the caregiver as not just as really the center of that ecosystem, hand in hand with the patient. And that's where you'll truly find the solutions. The other is that the focus on rare diseases. So much has been said about rare diseases lately. And so if you think about the market, and that is a small market, but really addressing the true needs in the market. So what is that? Those are the companies that I've seen that have had really the ability to scale. And the ones that have been really successful when I've talked to them are not just looking for answers. They're actually looking for solutions. And to do that, you have to dig deep into what the problem is and then design for that solution.
Right.
So they are obsessed with the problem, not just the answers to the problem.
Yeah. That's very interesting, is really understanding the problem. And I think sometimes you move forward with that so quickly, is many companies move forward so quickly because they think they understand the problem and they actually already have a solution in mind without necessarily exploring all the options. And it's really interesting you bring up some of the orphan designations, is, that while that may be a small population, you can come up with products that can meet potentially many different, and I think there was one of the companies that presented today was a great example of that. There was a platform, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of it, but it was a platform software that was intended for ADHD or epilepsy, right? And it had teed up so many different other opportunities that it was going to explore. And I think that's a great example of how to keep some things in your back pocket, right? And understand that there's more to the problem than just this one solution. Brandon, it looks like you got something to add to that. Or Sherry.
The one thing that I failed to mention, and because I know that we have several members of the FDA in here, is to engage the FDA early. They are your partner. They are your friend. And especially in today's world, because we've heard, we've read articles like, 2,000 people have been laid off or have left. I don't really know what the numbers are, but what I'll tell you is in my day-to-day conversations with the FDA, they will say, we need you as much as you need us. You can help us be successful by, educating us on what you're doing, what the real problems are. So they have been tremendous to work with. So do not be afraid to engage the FDA early. They truly are your partner.
Thank you. Yes, I can add to that in the aspect. I wanted to add to your comment too about the ecosystem, and it brings us back to an earlier comment Amanda made too, that one of the things that's important to realize is we're in a time in medical device development, particularly pediatrics, where it's no longer an either or conversation. It's meaning that it's not we have to get funding and we have to do this. It is an and conversation, meaning when you're thinking about this, when you're thinking about your funding, when you're thinking about engaging with the FDA, when you're looking at those social aspects of determinants of health for that patient population, that those are all the things at the beginning that we said you have to bring together with those pillars that Sherry mentioned to have a successful product, to bring that successful product to market. And sometimes as the founders of companies, that becomes daunting because you know what you know and you're very good at it. But you're going to quickly get into areas that you don't know what you don't know. And that's how it becomes scary. And I think it's important to address that scariness early so that, for example, what Sherry talked about, it becomes a little easier. If you do the groundwork that you need, the foundational work first, it becomes easier to meet those challenges that you'll come across later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for adding that. Dana, I want to ask your thoughts too on, from a scale up perspective, or even from a funding perspective, what are those examples of situations where companies have done that right versus, where they really haven't been able, they've sort of stalled out in their development. Can you give us a little bit of insight there?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I do want to take a moment and say something that I think is quite great as I'm listening to, everyone on this panel give their responses, is that you're going to see an overarching similar theme amongst our input on how we see success in startups, particularly in the medtech realm. And it's quite beautiful because it's, our different areas of expertise, and being able to see that we all have kind of a similar, thought and response on that, I think is quite great. But, from coming from the context of non-dilutive funding and, the group that I'm speaking to today, I don't think I need to harp on the fact that non-dilutive funding is really critical, and can be critical to help commercialize, different technologies and help innovators that are, might be too early stage or, not being able to get some of that venture backed at that point. But, where we see it in terms of the success for, those later stage companies that are in that scale up phase is really having more of a balance on that bigger picture. And I think this is something too that my fellow panelists have also been saying, that, not really getting into the weeds of our technical steps. I think as scientists, that's something we do really well and we're comfortable doing that and we love doing that. And I think that's great too. But being able to kind of take that step back and see what the full picture is and knowing what those steps are along the way. So I guess, like as an example, just in the process in itself, we see with the phase one, say a phase one SBIR, which I'm hopefully that, seems familiar terminology for some folks, but where we might be seeing that end of that phase one or that project is to get to an MVP or to show that we have some proof of concept efficacy. But then where we see that, reviewers might pick up, and this is something our team from, years of sitting on review panels is, how do you get to then that next step? It's great that we can get to the finishing that project, but have you thought through every step? And, reviewers, in this case, we're not expecting you to have things optimized, or they're not expecting for you to have engaged with the FDA several times already, but have you thought out that clear process, and have you built a network of, experts like my fellow panelists here that can help support and get you across the finish line in that case?
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny that you said, you don't necessarily have to, you're really talking about it in the context of funding, because really my regulatory hat said, wait a minute, if you're talking to the FDA, you better know what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's really scaling and knowing what you need for each step along the way, right? You may not need everything and the kitchen sink when you're looking at, early stage funding, but you need quite a bit of data and a lot of clinical evidence potentially when you're at the FDA stage, right? So it's really about knowing what you need to know at each stage. And so I also want to, sort of ask another question. Really, we're talking about some of the challenges that have really come up for, for companies and what have we observed. I just want to maybe start with, can you share an example, or I'm sorry, bring up one other thing is around, can you give some examples of a minor decision that really had a very major downstream effect, and maybe specific examples if you have some. Amanda, do you mind stepping in there?
Sure. I think we're going to hear a common theme here, but I think one of the biggest things that I see as someone who really does advocate for the usability and meaningfulness of products as we're starting the product development process is a lot of times I think people take for granted, as you said earlier, defining our users, making sure we understand our stakeholders, who's going to be not only using this product, but benefiting from this product, or in that sort of circle of people who will be impacted by this. And so I think back to when I was a consultant, we were working with a customer who had this wonderful device to assist walking. It was a walker of sorts that was a little bit different and unique and modern, and it was really going to change the world. And we went through and we said, okay, who is this for? And they said, oh, well, anybody could use it. And very quickly we realized that if you design for everyone, in fact, you're probably excluding a number of people because they need specific features or attributes of the product. And now it actually doesn't work for anybody. So it's great to want to solve the world's problems and try and help as many people as possible. But as you said, if we can specify who our users are from the beginning, it really does help ensure that you're solving a specific problem, meeting a specific need, and creating those meaningful products that people will end up using one day and want to integrate into their lives. So I would say advocating for really being specific about who it is you're designing for, especially in the pediatric space where we have ergonomic differences between pediatrics and adults, and we have to consider hand size and grip strength and things like that. So the earlier we can figure those things out and the more we can advocate for going back and checking and making sure that we're accommodating all of our intended users, the more successful we're likely to be come submission.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more there. And I want to add, from that perspective, another example of that I've come across. So very early on in my career, we were working with a combination product, which is actually what I work with most commonly. So lots of complexities of a drug and a device combined together. And there had been a drug on the market. It was actually a portfolio of drugs that were in a specific type of syringe. And there had already been safety signals from the FDA's perspective, from other organizations, from nursing organizations, that there were actually issues with this particular design. Meanwhile, the company that I was working with at the time was developing a smaller version of that. And really decided to ignore some of those safety signals because, that was just one product in the portfolio, or that was not a high-risk product. We're going to go ahead and move forward with redesigning the product. And so the company spent 2 years redesigning a smaller version, and ultimately the FDA said, absolutely not. There are safety considerations that you haven't taken into consideration. You haven't acknowledged the things that we've already flagged from a safety perspective. And there's really no way that we can move forward with that. And there had been signals internally along the way. The medical group was saying, from a usability perspective, there's a problem here. And just that decision to sort of ignore a signal because it didn't seem like it was that important really ultimately ended up in a 2-year loss of the entire program, which was pretty significant, right? And so, that's one example of an expansion that can really have a really major effect. Sherry, it looked like you had something you wanted to add there as well.
Yeah, I wanted to really add to that. There are a couple things. One is do your due diligence on your partners. and do your due diligence on your vendors. Because just because, I'm on the preclinical side, and I can tell you that we're a premier lab. We're never the cheapest, nor will we be. And there's a reason for that, because we are a premier lab. And we have some incredible competitors that do wonderful work as well. Just want to recognize my competitors here. There's room for everyone. But with that said, when we have seen younger companies not do their due diligence, and they go out and they spend tens of thousands of dollars on a safety study that is a disaster. And, I live by this, that the most expensive safety study that you will ever do is the study you have to repeat. It puts your reputation at risk. It puts your conversation with the FDA at risk. It puts your timeline at risk. It puts your investors at risk. It puts all of it at risk. So that is probably one of the single biggest mistakes that I have seen, is younger companies not doing their due diligence and having to repeat.
Yeah, absolutely. Dana or Brandon, did you want to add to that?
I was just going to add an anecdotal story that happened to me when I was a product lead at a cardiovascular company, bringing a medical device cardiovascular company. And we did develop a pediatric device that was for young children adolescents going to the cath lab. So we were working with interventional cardiologists, great data, great outcomes. We come to market and we got a rare indication for the product. And we thought, oh, this is great. This is one of the best launches I ever have. Until one day, one of the interventional cardiologists said, do you have any data on adult population? And we said, we're just starting. We have some. Why? He says, well, here's the thing. In our institutions, and we find that early intervention and using this product saves us, the cardiologists, this much time, because the nurses can actually start the product with the device, and we don't have to be there. So we don't have to go in until we're absolutely the space in the lab. Whereas before that, we had to be there to do this. I'm like, oh, so what are you saying? Well, our adult population is even bigger. We want to use that there because we think it'll save X amount of dollars. So we had to scramble and ramp up a couple studies using these groups of interventional cardiologists in order to get that data. Now, they started off-use indication of it in adult population because of the safety data in there. But the point that I'm getting at is data is king. Without data, nothing works. So a priori, when you're getting to start that collection, those trials for your products, make sure you think about, as we mentioned before, what are the upscale implications? You might not need to run the trial then, but when you're designing a trial with your medical teams or your teams doing that, it does help if you do have some data in your back pocket that you can use for other indications that you're thinking about that you may want to get into.
Yeah, absolutely. Dana, did you have something to add there?
Yeah, I was more of also kind of piggybacking off of what you had said before, Catherine. You talking about expanding and indications, and I, had one of my examples that I had been thinking of was similar in terms of use case and something along the lines of having to kind of pivot as we're moving forward. But I wanted to take a moment just to discuss more on the adaptability side too. I think where our goal is to have a specific indication and get a certain product to market, but in the realm of non-dilutive funding, where the past year and a half has been tenuous, and
understatement of the century.
Yes, but so being adaptable in that, accessing non-dilutive funding or being able to access the resources that are still there and being strategic about how we, going after them. So in that case, we just as kind of an example on that, I have working with a team that is developing digital twin platform, which is incredible what the work they're able to accomplish. But in the realm of looking at behavioral pathogenesis and microbiome contribution in autism spectrum disorder. And if folks are familiar, we last September or October, the SBIR STTR program ended and was paused for several months. And so being able to be strategic and adapt to finding other opportunities. And we were able to, help support this team that was willing to be, be flexible in that case, while still making sure that we were following that their use case, we're ending up getting at that same goal and still having that same pathway. And in that case, we were able to, leverage some private foundations for them. So just, I think being able to, balance, and I think this is somewhat what we've all been kind of saying similarly, is being able to balance between really understanding the technical steps that you need to accomplish, and then how does that kind of complement and marry with your overall bigger picture?
Yeah, absolutely. That brings up, I think both you and Brandon brought up something really around adaptability and flexibility that is so important, especially really in startups, is really understanding, and to Sherry's point and Amanda's as well, is really like understanding your product and understanding the problem statement as well, right? Both of those are just so critical. And one thing I want to sort of chip in here is from a regulatory and quality perspective too, is I think there has to be a certain amount of flexibility from a quality perspective of growing effectively from the beginning all the way through the end, meaning you don't need a quality management system that is, suitable for a company of 10,000 people at the very beginning. What you do need is a few key procedures in place to make sure that you do your design work effectively. So I'm putting a plug in here for quality because I just find it to be so critical, and it really helps throughout the entire process, is making sure that you have the right that you're scaling your processes as effectively as you're scaling, say, your manufacturing, as you mentioned, or understanding your product design and moving through that. So I think we're coming very close to the end of time. And I just wanted to maybe end with each of us just sharing 1 minute, just 1 minute each and there's a clock over there to help you. Just 1 minute each of, what are you excited about? I think what we've talked about is challenges up till now, but what are you excited about in terms of, the pediatric space and the medtech space? Like what excites you at this stage? So why don't we start here? Do you mind starting, Dana, or do you want me to? Okay, Dana, we'll start with Dana and move our way down.
Yeah, I think, probably a great thing about all of our positions that we, helping support pediatric innovators is being able to talk to different people every day that are developing critical technology that has, a specific indication, solving a specific problem across the pediatric space. I personally have, very close to my heart is rare neurodevelopmental disorders that affect pediatric patients. It's my dissertation was focused on that. So really being able to meet with innovators every day and be inspired and being part of that journey for those innovators, where just all the wonderful things that we can see that are hopefully, we're helping catalyze towards market.
Great, thanks.
So I'm the mom of 2 millennials and 1 Gen Z, and I'm married to a boomer. And it's important about what I'm going to say is because I think we have an incredible opportunity with the next generation for home diagnostics. So I'm super excited about what we're going to see in the home in the next 10 to 20 years. And I believe 100% that this younger generation will embrace that. I mean, it's going to be natural to them. I started my career in home care, 30 some odd years ago, and the learning curve was huge. We won't have that learning curve with just this generation. So I'm super excited about that.
We didn't talk beforehand, but what I was going to bring up is just the potential. Now you're seeing, particularly in the pediatric space, whereas before, as we mentioned, a lot of things would get developed in the adult, to treat the adult, and then, oh, how can we use this? They'd adapt it sometimes in flight because they had a case come in to emerge or flown in, and the physicians had to deal with what they had to deal with on the fly to help save these patients. Now that we've seen a shift, and with the technology and some of the information sessions and panels that we had earlier, the shift in technology, I'm a big believer in like looking at the interaction effect. So based on comments said previously and what Sherry said, is I'm really excited about that interaction effect of the technology, the patient ecosystem, and products coming to market. We get those four pillars working together in unison, we're going to see a lot more efficacious, robust products coming to markets that really are going to help in our daily activities and help in those treatments of rare disease, because we're going to diagnose them quicker. We're going to know about them before whether it's in utero, we'll know what's coming, what we're facing, if there's a challenge there with our children as they come, and be able to deal with those much more efficaciously and robustly in my lifetime, which is exciting to me.
And I think I have one of the best jobs in the world because I get to take all of the products that people come up with and invent and bring it to our patients and bring it to our users and meet the kids and the adolescents and the adults who will be using these things one day. And it's really, really cool and exciting to see how much industry is listening to their patients. There's a lot of situations that I find myself in where, I end a usability session and the camera goes off and they go, wow, I can't wait for this to come out. This is going to change my life. And that is the best feeling, to know that we are listening to our patients. We are taking what matters to them and what their day-to-day life looks like and trying to fit our products into their lives, as opposed to asking them to change their lives for certain products. So that's what excites me, is how much we listen to our patients.
That's awesome. I completely agree with you. And I just have to add, from my perspective, what's interesting is that nobody on this panel said AI was their most exciting thing, right? But on the other hand, I think that innovation is one of those things that is really progressing. And I mentioned I work with combination products, and those are drug and device combinations or biologic and device combinations. And those excite me so much because we're no longer in a world where you have to think, oh, I'm developing a device and that's the only thing I can do. And adding a drug to it, yes, there are some regulatory complications, but guess what? The FDA has been moving forward on really exploring that. And now there's pathways for that, whereas there wasn't always historically, or if there was, it was a lot of challenges that companies had to work through and it really wasn't worth it. So I'm really excited about just the evolution of innovation as it stands, and really where I think there have been challenges from the FDA's perspective, from the regulators' perspective. I wouldn't just say FDA, but globally there's been challenges, right? EU MDR implementation and things like that. But at the same time, innovation is speeding up. So it's really, to go back to what Sherry said, you kind of stole my thunder about making the FDA your partner, and that's okay, is really, there's an excitement of innovation where we have that ability to work with our regulators, and we're not hindered by the regulators. We're actually working in partnership because we want safe and effective products, right? So that's really what I'm excited about is that innovation and really moving forward with that and working with our regulators. So I think we are up on time here. I somehow managed to keep us on time. I didn't tell the organizers that I am absolutely the worst at keeping folks on time, but somehow we managed to be on time. And I just want to thank everybody for staying through this whole time. It's really been great hearing from all the folks and working through this. So thank you.
I just want to say thank you, not just to this panel, but really to all four of our panelists, all five of the CTIP companies that spoke today through our demo day, and then, of course, Dr. Suzanne Schwartz, our keynote speaker. One more round of applause for everybody who's been here with us today. Thank you. All right. And Madison, what did we learn?
You're doing incredible work in the space, and we're really proud to call you all CTIP portfolio companies. With that being said, we do have one winner today. Drum roll, please. Gravitas Medical. Congratulations.
Wow, it's been a long day. It's been a fun day. I want to a few things I want to say. First of all, I want to thank the Chicago Hearing Society for providing ASL interpretation today at our event. Accessibility and inclusion goes hand in hand with medtech innovation, and so we're all trying to do better all the time, and that's one small part in which we're trying to do that as well. I also want to thank Campbell and Juliana, our two photographers today. Thank you so much for being here. Campbell's photography is our headshot station is still here available. When you walk out of the auditorium, if you make a left, we still have a headshot station that will be open until 6 p.m. So please, if you haven't had your headshot, by all means, feel free to have one. When we're closed here, we're going to have a hosted happy hour and reception from 5 to 6 p.m. here in the auditorium. Our vendors are still here. Our companies are still here. Hang out, have a good time, get to know each other, make some friends. Then lastly, I want to say thank you to the CTIP team, Bianca, Jordan, Kendall, Madison, Greg, Nadine, Yaniv. This is a labor of love. This is, Bianca said at the beginning, this is no one's job here. But we think that these events matter. This is how we build community. This is how we build collaboration. This is how we build excitement. This is how we bring opportunities to the fore. And that's why we do it. It's a labor of love. I think it's an investment in obviously in our team, in the success of our programs, in the success of our companies, but it's an investment in the health of our children. It's one way that we can contribute to that. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the happy hour, and we'll see you again next year. Thanks, everyone.